Yes, here. Okay. Natalia, are you there? Okay. So basically, what are we told here? What are we told? What are we told as far as that question says concerned? What are we told? What are we told? So the question reads, basically a small one. It reads, um, Godoro Limited supplies high quality mattresses. The company outsourced these mattresses from a supplier in town, and then you're told Godoro Limited estimates that the total inventory holding cost, the total inventory holding cost of one mattress per annum is as follows. So basically, what you're given here is the holding cost. So we are given the various components of the holding cost, which comprises of the opportunity cost, the obsolescence cost, the storage charges, the handling cost, and the insurance. And basically, you're given those particular costs as a percentage of the purchase price per unit. And basically, you can see we are given the total holding cost as 15% of the purchase price per unit. And then number one, we have some additional information. Number one, you're told the annual sales demand of the mattresses is 480 mattresses. Number two, you're told each mattress costs shillings 4,000 to purchase from the supplier. Number three, we are told the ordering cost is 62.50 per order. And then finally, you're told the suppliers offer a 30% discount for orders of 120 mattresses and a discount of 5% for orders of 180 mattresses. So what are we required to do here? In Oman 1, we are required to compute the economic order quantity of the mattresses. In Oman 2, we are required to determine the cost minimizing order size from the supplier. We are going to start with Roman 1, and then I'll be able to explain how we do Roman 2. So in Roman 1, we are required to compute the economic order quantity of the mattresses, the economic order quantity of what? Of the mattresses, economic order quantity of the mattresses. So automatically, the first thing we need to recall here is how do we compute the EOQ? To compute the EOQ, the economic order quantity, we take the square root of 2DC naught, that is 2, multiplied by the annual demand, multiplied that with the ordering cost per order, and basically divided that with the HC. HC is the holding cost or the carrying cost per what? Per unit. Now, do we have these values here? Do we have these particular values here? Yes. So if you go back to the question, I think the additional information, and remember in our case, we are told that this company basically deals or basically sells mattresses. So if you go to note number 1, in note number 1, you're told the annual sales demand of the mattresses is 480 mattresses. So basically, it means that this company here basically do what? It purchases some mattresses, and then it sells those mattresses. So we are told the annual sales demand is 480. So basically, what our company here need to purchase in order to sell will be 480 mattresses. So these are the mattresses which are purchased by our company. So that is basically the annual demand. Do we have the ordering cost per order? Yes, the ordering cost per order, basically this one is given in note number 3. Additional information number 3, we are told the ordering cost is shillings 62.50 per word per order. So that is basically the ordering cost per order. What about this one? HC, the holding or the carrying cost per mattress. So that one is basically given below paragraph 1. And you're given the holding cost of mattresses per annum, and basically you're given that is a percentage. So you can see we're given various components of this holding cost, but basically what we consider here is the total percentage. The total percentage, which is below paragraph 1, 15%. And basically, if you check up there, you'll be able to see that percentage, or this is a percentage of the purchase price. So to compute this one, we take 15% of the purchase price per mattress. So what is the cost or what is the purchase price per mattress? Can you be able to see the purchase price per mattress? This company purchases each mattress at an amount of how much? Can you see that in the additional information? Yes, I'm told by Naitare. In additional information number 2, each mattress costs shillings 4,000. Cost shillings what? 4,000. So therefore, that is the purchase price. So this one is always computed as a percentage of the purchase price. The purchase price is what? Is 4,000. So this will give us what? Will it give us 600? Is it 600? 600. Is that what you're getting, Emma? Aaron, are you getting that? Abdinasil, are you getting 600? Yes. So in our case, therefore, we can move and basically we compute the economic order quantity. So by taking 2 times the annual demand, which is basically for 80, times the ordering cost, which is basically 62.50, divided by holding cost, which is basically what? 600. Which is what? 600. So let's get the final answer here. We get the final answer. We get the final answer here. So what will be the final answer? So we have 2 times 480 times 62.50 divided by what? 600. And basically that is giving us 10,000. So that means that the economic order quantity here are 100 mattresses. Are 100 what? Mattresses. 100 what? Mattresses. So what does that mean? What does this mean? That the economic order quantity is 100 mattresses. It basically means that for this company to be able to minimize the costs associated with the inventory, the holding cost, the purchase cost, and also the holding cost, the company, anytime the company is placing an order, our company should order how many mattresses? 100 mattresses. That is the economic order quantity. It is the order quantity which will minimize the company's what? The company's inventory, the company's cost associated with what? With this particular mattresses here, or basically associated with the purchasing these particular mattresses. Now that basically what is required in Roman 1, and basically by doing that, the marks are located there 1, 2. Then I want us to move to Roman 2, and basically what are we told? We are required to compute the cost minimizing order size from the supplier. The cost minimizing order size, order what? Size from who? From the supplier. From who? From the supplier. So in other terms, what you are required to compute here is the order size, which by the end of the day will do what? Will minimize, that is the company's what? The company's cost associated with what? Associated with the inventory. Now, which order size do we have? Now, in this case, if you go back to the information which are given in note number 4, can you go to note number 4? Because that is what you're going to use here, plus what you have computed up there. We are told the supplier offers 3% discount for orders of 120 mattress. Now, remember what we have said in Roman 1. For this company to be able to minimize the cost associated with the basically ordering and also holding these particular mattresses, the company has to order how many mattresses? 100 mattresses. Through that, the company will be able to minimize the total cost associated with this particular inventory of mattresses. But the supplier here has extended a discount to this company, and the company is told that if the company orders 120 mattresses instead of 100, the company will get a 3% discount. Automatically, what that means is that, remember, the purchase price per mattress is 4,000. So if the company purchases from 120 mattresses, the company will not pay 4,000, but the company will do what? Will be given a 3% discount. The price now to be paid will be 97% of this. So then in the same point you're told, and a discount of 5% for orders of 180 mattresses. For orders of 180 good mattresses. So therefore, in this case, our company has 3 options. Our company has 3 options. Number 1, either to order 100 mattresses, which is basically the company's computed economic order quantity, or the company to order 120 mattresses and basically qualify for 30% discount, or the company orders 180 mattresses and the company qualify for 5% discount. Now, the company has those 3 options. Now, what we are required to do here is basically we determine the order size, either 100, 120, or basically 180, which basically will result to the least cost. To the least what? Cost. Basically, what in other terms we need to do is to evaluate those 3 orders. How do we evaluate the orders? Usually in management accounting, we evaluate the options in terms of the cost. In terms of what? The cost. Because the company here has 3 options. Either to order 100, to order 120, or to order what? 180. Which cost do we need to compute here of each order size? We need to compute the total cost, which will comprise of the 3 costs: the purchase cost, the ordering cost, and also what? And also the holding cost. So therefore, but before we do that, we need to to list those options available to this company. So we have said our company has got 3 what options, either to order 100 mattresses, or the company can order 120 mattresses, or the company can order what? The company can order 180 mattresses. 180 what? Mattresses. Now, if the company orders 100 mattresses, what will be the purchase price? The purchase price, in fact, we can just write it up there. Purchase price, which is denoted by small p, that one will be 4,000 per mattress if the company order 100. And then we also know what is the holding cost. The holding cost here will be 15% of 4,000, and basically that will be what? Will be 600. But now, if the company orders 120 mattresses, the company qualifies for a 30% discount. What will be the purchase price here? The purchase price will not be 4,000, but our company getting a 30% discount. So the purchase price here will be 97% of 4,000. So this will give us a purchase price of how much? A purchase price of how much? So the company will get a 30% discount. So instead of paying 4,000 for each mattress, the company will pay 97% of that. That will give us how much? Yes, I'm told by Jeff that this will give us 38.80. So that will be the purchase price per mattress. And then that also means that we will have a different holding cost, because holding cost, this one is always computed as a percentage of this. So the holding cost here will be equal to 15% of 38.80. 38.80. So let's compute this one. The new holding cost. The new holding cost, I'm told this one by Nigeria will be 582. 582. 582. 582. 582. So we do the same for the other order size, which is basically the company ordering 180 mattresses. So here the company will get a 5% discount. 5% discount. So mean that the purchase price here will be 95% of 4,000. Or 4,000. So how much will be the purchase price? Yes. How much will be the purchase price? How much will be the purchase price? How much will be the purchase price? Yes. The purchase price here will be 38, and then the holding cost here will be 15% of this. 15% of that. So what will be 15% of that? It will be what? It will be 5 what? It will be 570. It will be 5 what? It will be 570. It will be 5 what? 70. Now, having this information, what I want us we do, I want us we evaluate these 3 options. And basically, I've said we evaluate these 3 options, in terms of computing the total cost of each option. How do we compute the total cost? The total cost, this one is equal to the purchase cost. The purchase cost is equal to annual demand times the purchase price per unit, which is basically small p. This is a multiplication sign. Then to this, we add the holding cost. The holding cost. How do we compute the holding cost? The holding cost is equal to Q. And basically, in this case, when we talk about Q, remember, is the order quantity. Because, like in this case here, our Q will be 180. Here, our Q will be what? 120. Here, our Q will be 100. Q is basically the order quantity. So we multiply that with HC. And then to this, we add what? The ordering cost. So the ordering cost would be equal to annual demand divided by Q times what? Times C naught. Times C what? C naught. This is basically how we compute the total cost of each option here. Of each what? Option. So what I want us to do, I want us now we compute the total cost associated with each what? With each order size. Associated with each order size. So let's start with this order size, where our Q will be 100 mattresses. 100 mattresses. 100 mattresses. So we need to compute the total cost. So what you just need to note is what will be changing, but our formula is also very, very important. We start by computing the purchase cost here. So the annual demand, this one will not change in all options. So what will change is the purchase price. For example, here the purchase price is 4,000. Here is 3880. Here is 3800. The purchase price will have to change. The other item which will have to change for the different options is the holding cost. This one. But now this one, nothing here is nothing, or basically what will change here is just the Q. It's just the Q here. Yes. So we start with this one where our Q is 100. So we take the purchase price. We take the annual demand. Remember, the annual demand will not change. What this for 80 mattresses? The annual demand, yes, the annual demand in note number 1 is for 80 mattresses. We multiply that with the purchase price per unit, which is this one, which is 4,000. 4,000. So that is the purchase cost plus now the holding cost, which is equal to Q. Our Q here is 100 divided by 2. And then to this we add what? To this we add, okay, we multiply that with this one, with the holding costs per unit. And then to this we add the ordering cost. The ordering cost is equal to annual demand, which is 480. Remember that is our annual demand. Divided that with the Q. Our Q is 100. We multiply that with what? The ordering cost. The ordering cost is one will not change. It remains as given in note number 3. 62 what? 6250. So we need to get the total cost. But you also need to note that this 100, this remember is our economic order quantity. And basically we say that at economic order quantity, I think I demonstrated this using a graph. I said at the economic order quantity, so basically these two costs are always the same. The holding cost and the ordering cost are the same. The holding cost and the ordering cost are the same at the economic order quantity. So these two costs, this and this should be the same. I don't know whether you're getting the same value. So this and this one should be the same. Are you getting the same value? 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 Yes, I'm told it's 30,000 each. At economic order quantity, those two costs are the same. Okay, so having that, we need to evaluate the other option, which is basically ordering 120 mattresses. 120 mattresses. So, and we do the same. We compute the total cost, which will be equal to the purchase cost, which is basically equal to the annual demand. This will not change, times the purchase price per unit, which is now 3880. 3880. And then plus the holding cost, which is equal to Q. Our Q here is 120. Is 120 divided by 2 times what? The holding cost. The holding cost is 582 plus the ordering cost. Ordering cost is equal to annual demand for 80 divided by Q, which is 120 times what? The ordering cost per what? 6250. But now in this case, you'll be able to see 120 mattresses is not our EOQ. So therefore, these two costs will not be the same. So these costs are always the same at the EOQ. At EOQ. 120 is not our EOQ. So the two costs will not be the same. The two costs will not be the same. So get for me the final value here. Get for me the final value here. Get for me the final value. The final value here. The final value. The final value, what are you getting? The final value, what are you getting? What are you getting? What are you getting? $19 what? Yes, I'm also getting 19. 22. 320. 320. Yes, so that is the figure I'm getting from Emma. Are you getting the same? Are you getting the same, Aaron? Jeff, are you getting the same? Sadrach, are you getting the same? Are you getting the same values here? ZP, are you getting the same value? Are you getting the same value? Please try to hurry up. I want us to do more questions on this. Yes, so that is confirmed. So let's evaluate the last option, whereby the company has been given a discount if it's order 120 mattresses. So we need to get the cost of this order size. So the cost would be equal to the purchase price, or the purchase cost, which is equal to annual demand, which remains the same, times the purchase price per unit, which is this one, 38, plus the holding cost, which is equal to Q. Our Q here is 180, divided by 2, times the holding cost, which is 570, plus the ordering cost, which is basically equal to the annual demand for 80, divided by Q. Our Q is 180, times ordering cost per order, which remain the same, the same. So let's get the total cost associated with that order size. So the purchase price or the purchase cost will be for 80 times 3,800. That will be 1824. Then we have 180 divided by 2 times 570, which is basically 51,300. And then we have for 80 divided by 180 times 6250. 6250. Yes, what are you getting? What are you getting? You're getting what? Yes, 91, 967. 967, is that what you're getting? Is that what you're getting? 1881, yes. So basically, in our case, we have computed the costs, which are basically associated with what? Associated with those particular different order size. Now, if you check on what the examiner was asking, the examiner was asking about the cost minimizing order size. The cost minimizing order size. Remember, in our case, we have 3 order size. The company can either order 100 mattresses, 120 mattresses, or 180. Which order size will result to the least cost? So the one which will result to the least cost is the third option here. Is the third what? Options here. Is the third what? Option, the third option. And therefore, in this case, we will say what? We will say the cost minimizing order size is 180 mattresses, 180 mattresses, 180 what? Mattresses, 180 mattresses, 180 mattresses. So in this case, you may also be required to, for example, give an advice to this company. But this was not a requirement of the question. We were just required to ascertain the cost minimizing order size. We have been able to do that, and basically have said that the cost minimizing order size is what? 120. But in this case, you may be required to give an advice to the management of this company. In this case, if we are to advise them, we will advise them to go or to accept a 5% discount. Remember, if the company accepts a 5% discount, or basically we can order them to order 180 units and get a 5% what? Discount, because that is basically resulting to the least what? Cost. So we can say our advice is that to this company is to purchase 180 mattresses, and basically do what? And qualify for what? Qualify for 5% discount. Qualify for 5% what? Discount. Qualify for 5% what? Qualify for 5% discount. Yes. So that is in case we are required to advise this company on what? We are required to advise this company on maybe what to do. Which discount do they need to accept? Which discount do they need to accept? Yes. We are basically done with that one. I want us to look on another one. So these questions are very, very common. You'll be able to see that. You'll be able to see that these are very, very common. Very, very common. Let's look on this other one for September 2021. September 2021. September 2021. 2021, we have question number 3. Question 3. Question number 3B. 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 So let's go to that question. Question number 3. Question number 3. Question 3B of September 2021. September 2021. If they're there, please confirm. Yes, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? If you're there, please confirm. Please confirm if you have the question with you. September 2021. September 2021. September 2021 question. Question 3B. Okay, so we are told Fanaka Enterprises uses economic order quantity to establish the reorder quantity of raw materials, raw material Y. The company hold no buffer stock. So in this case, when we talk about buffer stock, this is the safety stock. The safety stock. Safety stock. So we are told the following information related to the raw material Y. We are given the annual usage. Annual usage, remember, we said is also the same with annual consumption. This is actually the same with the annual demand. So basically 48,000 units. The purchase price, which is 80 shillings per unit. The ordering cost, 120 per order. And then the annual holding cost is 10% of the purchase price. You can see the holding cost always is given as a percentage of the purchase price. Of the purchase what? Purchase price. Abdinasil, I've just shared those past papers in the class WhatsApp group. Can you check? I've just shared those papers in the class WhatsApp group. Although maybe someone can take a photo of the question and maybe post it in the group to assist our friend here, Abdinasil. Okay, so we are told the company, in the last paragraph, the company, as a supplier of raw material Y, has offered a discount of 1% of the purchase price if each order placed is for 2,000 units. For 2,000 units. So what are we required to do? One is we compute EOQ of material Y. Roman 2, we advise the management of this company on whether to accept or decline the discount. To accept or decline what? The discount. We start with Roman 1. Roman 1 is quite simple. That's why you can see only 2 marks are given. 1 mark is given, EOQ, for raw material. For raw material Y. Raw material Y. So this one is equal to the square root of 2D C naught all over HC. And I think in our case, we have these particular values. We have all of them. We take 2. We have the annual demand, or basically the annual usage, which is the 48,000 units. That is the annual demand, 48,000 units. Then we multiply that with the ordering cost per order, which is 120. And then we divide that with what? The holding cost. The holding cost in our case, is what? Is 10%. Now, Italy, you have already computed this. You are very fast. Yes. So this is basically 10% of the purchase price. The purchase price is basically 80. Is what? Is 80. So this one will be 10% of the purchase price. The purchase price. Our friend here, Italy, has already computed that. Italy, you are very fast. So maybe just confirm this. Just confirm whether we're going to get those 1,200 units. 1,200 units. 1,200 units. Is that what you're getting? 1,200 units. 2 times 48,000 times 120 divided by 8. Square root answer. Yes, so that basically will give us what? That will give us 1,200 units. 1,200 units. So this is the economic order quantity. Just 1 mark which was allocated for that. So then we go to Roman 2. Roman 2, we are required, what are we told here? We are told to advise the management of this company whether to accept or decline the discount. So we are required to do what? To advise on whether to accept or do what? Decline the discount. Decline what? The discount. Decline the discount. Should the company accept this discount or not? Remember what you're told in the last paragraph. We are told the company supplier of raw material Y has offered a 1% discount if each order placed is for 2,000. Remember, we are saying here, as per what we have computed here, for the company to be able to minimize the cost associated with the raw materials, the company has to be ordering 1,200 units. So this is the order size, which will basically minimize what? Minimize the raw materials costs. But we are told here, the company has been given another option. Instead of ordering 1,200 units, why not order what? Why not order 2,000 units and then you qualify for 1% discount? So basically here, just like what you have done in the other question, the company has two options. There are two options available to this company. The first option basically is to order 120, or not 120, rather 1,200 units. So if the company order this, the company will pay how much per unit? As per the information we have below paragraph 2, the company will pay 80 shillings per unit. That is the normal purchase price. If the company purchases 1,200 units, and also remember this is the purchase price, which is basically P. So what will change here also is this one. The holding cost per unit will be equal to 10% of this 80. The holding cost will be what? Will be 8 shillings per unit. So if the company order 1,200 units, it will pay 80 shillings per unit. The holding cost will be 8 bob. But now the company has been given option 2. Option 2, instead of ordering this, the company has been given an option to order 2,000 units, and the company qualify for 1% discount. So if the company qualify for 1% discount, the company automatically will not pay 80 shillings per unit purchased, but the company will pay 99%, because it is 1% discount, 99% of the purchase price, which is basically 80. So this will give us what? If the company accepts the discount. If the company accepts the discount, the company here will pay 79.2. 79.2, 99% of that. So I hope you're getting that. Yes, that also means that the purchase, not the purchase, the holding cost per unit will be 10% of this, 79.2. And basically that will give us 7.9 what? 0.92. 0.9 what? 2. Now, what basically we need to do, just like the other question, we need to evaluate those two options. How do we evaluate those two options? We need to compute the total cost of each option. Then we are going to, if for example, this now option 2 will basically will result to a lower cost than option 1, automatically we're going to advise the management to accept the discount. But if option 2 will have a higher cost than option 1, we are going to advise them not to accept the discount. So let's evaluate these two options. We start with the option 1, where our Q is 1,200 units. 1,200 units. And remember, you evaluate this option in terms of computing what? In terms of computing the total cost. So what will be the total cost? Maybe you can first of all have the formula, the purchase cost, which is equal to P times D plus the holding cost, which is equal to what? To Q divided by 2 times what? Times HC plus the ordering cost. The ordering cost, which is basically equal to annual demand divided by Q times what? Times C naught. Times C what? A naught. So let's start by computing the cost of the first option. The first option, where basically our Q is 1,200. So the purchase cost will be equal to the purchase price here, which is 80 shillings, times the annual demand. The annual demand, I hope you can be able to recall that in our question. The annual demand is 48,000 units, plus the holding cost, which is equal to Q Our Q is here is 1200 divided by 2 times HC. HC is the 8 shillings here, plus the ordering cost, which is equal to annual demand, 48,000 divided by Q, which is 1200 times what? Times ordering cost. The ordering cost in our case is how much? The ordering cost is 120. 120. So we get the total cost of that. Let's get the total cost associated with that order size. The total cost associated with that order size. What will be the total cost associated with that order size? What are you getting here? I'm getting what? 3849. I'm getting a different figure. Later, is that correct? I'm getting this one. 3849. 600. 600. That is what, yes, that is also the same figure I'm given by this there. Yes, later did confirm your answer. I don't think it is correct. I don't think it is correct. And also, I hope you can see that because these are economic order quantity, you can see that these two costs are the same. That's what you have said. At E or Q, always those two costs must be the same. So then I want us to evaluate the second option, where our Q is basically 2,000 units. 2,000 units. So what would be the total cost associated with this? So we start with the purchase cost, which is equal to the purchase price. The purchase price per unit is 79.2 times the annual demand or the annual usage, which is 4,800, plus the holding cost Q, which is basically 2,000 divided by 2 times HC. HC here is 7.92, and then plus the ordering cost. Ordering cost is equal to annual demand, 48,000 divided by Q, which is basically 2,000. 2,000 times what? Times 120. Times 120. Times 120. Times 120. Yes, so let's work out this. Yes, what are you getting? I'm getting 3812 400. 3812 400. 3812 400. Yes, 3812 400. 3812 400. 3812 400. 3812 400. Is that what you're getting? Is that what you're getting? Is that what you're getting? Yes. Yes. Now, in this case, what we need to do is basically we now move and basically we advise the management of this company. Should they accept the discount or not? Should the company accept the discount? Remember, if the company is to accept the discount, the company will have to order 2,000 units. So what you need to do, you need to compare the cost of the two order size. Remember, the order size here is 1,200 units. The order size here is 2,000 units. So should the company accept the discount or not? Should the company accept the discount or not? Should the discount be accepted or not? Yes, automatically the discount should be accepted because you can see that there will be some cost savings. There will be some cost what? Savings. So in other terms, we can say that the company will incur the least what? Cost. So we say, we give the advice. Advice will be accept the discount. Accept the discount. The discount since it results to cost what? To cost savings. to cost savings. Remember, currently, the company is ordering 1,200 units. So how much cost is incurred by the company currently? The company is incurring this cost. This is the cost incurred by the company currently. But if the company accepts the discount, we say there'll be some cost savings. The cost savings is the difference between those two costs. The cost savings is the difference between those two what? Costs. Can you tell me how much is the difference between the two costs? Between the difference between the cost of the two options. The difference is 37,200. So since it will result to cost savings of shillings what? 37,200. Basically, which you're saying is the difference between 49,600 and 38,12 forward 400. So that will result to some cost savings. It will result to some cost what? To some cost savings. It will result to some cost what? Savings. Sawasa? Yes. So maybe what I want us to do, we take a short break. And then once we come back, I want us to look on something called the multiple quantity discount. The multiple quantity discount, because basically what you have dealt with here, this one is basically called a single quantity discount. A single quantity discount. So if the company purchases, for example, 2,000 units, the company qualifies for what? Like 1% discount. That is a single quantity discount. But we have another option whereby the company will be given a multiple quantity discount. I'll be able to explain what you mean by multiple quantity discount. How do we evaluate now such option, and basically how do we advise the company? Sasa, yes, but I want us to have that discussion once we come back after a short break of just 10 minutes. So after 10 minutes, we come back, we continue with that. Yes, so I want us to continue. I hope you're back. Are you back? Are you back? Are you back? Aaron, are you back? Zipporah, are you back? Naitari, are you back? Emma, are you back? If you're back, please confirm. Please confirm. Please confirm. I want us to look on this. That is basically the multiple quantity discount. Multiple quantity discount. Now, when we talk about the multiple quantity discount, this whereby discounts will basically be given for different quantity rates. For different quantity rates. And actually, the main objective of this multiple quantity discount is usually to encourage buyers to buy more quantity at lower prices. More quantity at lower prices. The more the quantity you purchase, the higher the discount you get. The higher the discount you get. And therefore, when we talk about a multiple quantity discount, this whereby, for example, you have a supplier, assuming you have a company and you buy some raw materials from your supplier, and you're told, if you buy between, for example, maybe 0 units, or basically 1 unit, that is 1 unit, maybe to like 99 units, maybe in this case, there will be no discount here. Or maybe the discount here will be 0%, no discount. But if you buy now from 100, for example, to 199 units, you will qualify for something like 2% discount. If you buy between 200 to 2, or maybe to something like 499, maybe you qualify for 3% what? Discount. If you buy between 500 and above, maybe you qualify for what? For 5% discount. Now, this one is called a multiple quantity discount. You can see the main objective of this discount is basically to encourage buyers to buy more quantity. The higher the quantity you purchase, the higher what? And the discount. The higher what? The discount. Now, in this case, automatically what we need to do here is to advise the company the quantity range to pick. Should the company order this the quantity range? Should the company order units which lies within this quantity range? Should the company order a unit which lies between this quantity range and so on? So that basically is the main objective here, to evaluate basically each quantity range and basically go ahead and you give an advice to the company. Should the company or which order range should be picked by our company? Automatically, the order range to be picked by our company is the one which result to the least what? Cost. And actually, we also evaluate this particular order or this quantity range by computing the cost of each quantity quantity rate. And therefore, in case you come across such a question whereby we have multiple quantity discount, the first thing you need to do is to purchase, that is to compute, that is, you need to compute the purchase price per unit. Remember, the purchase price per unit is basically P, because, for example, here you can be told between 100 and maybe 99, the price is maybe 10 shillings. So what will be the price here automatically, because the company will get a 2% discount, the price here will be 98% of the over 10
starter class is to ensure we are recording. So now we have missed something, but no problem. So we are saying, so maybe just a recap. So we have said time value of money, it is that the fact that over time, the value of money changes. The value of money does not remain the same. And I'm saying, assuming here, now, that is year 0 today, and we have 10 years to come. 10 years to come. So we have 1 million shillings today here. Shillings 1 million. And here we have shillings 1 million. So we're saying the value of 1 million shillings today. This, it's like, if you remember what I said, assuming someone tells you that I give you 1 million shillings today, or you wait, I give you 2 million shillings after 10 years. I either give you 1 million shillings today, or you can wait, I give you 2 million shillings after 10 years. Which one is better? And we said, holding other factors constant, because there are other factors, that can influence your decision. Maybe you are going through a difficult time and you don't care what you're going to get after 10 years, but holding other factors constant, just look at the 1 million now and the 2 million after 10 years. You said you would rather go for the 1 million, because this, it may be, maybe if you determine what is the present value of 2 million shillings expected in future, because remember, this 1 million is in present value terms. This one is in present value. Present value means now. But this 2 million is in future value. This one is in future value. If an amount will be received in future, we say it is in future value form. If it's been received or paid today, we say it's in present value terms. So before you make your decision on whether to go for the 1 million or the 2 million, you're supposed to ascertain what is this 2 million in present value terms, because I'm being promised the 2 million in future value terms. But what is the present value of this 2 million in present value terms? That is, you bring it to present value terms. See, tumeanza kurecord. Okay, yeah. So that was earlier. So what is this in present value terms? So when you ascertain the present value of these 2 million, that is bringing it in present value form, you may realize that it is 0.8 million. So if it is 0.8 million, you will say, I would rather go for the 1 million shillings today. Yeah, are we together? You would rather go for the 1 million shillings today, but you cannot compare 1 million and 2 million. Those two figures are not comparable, because one is in present value terms, the other one is in future value terms. You cannot compare an value terms with an amount in future value terms. If you want to have a fair comparison, or if you want to form an even ground for comparison, you must either take this 1 million to future value, or bring this 2 million to present value. And the most important is bringing, okay, can work, but you must compare the two amounts, same form, either in present value terms or in future value terms. And that is where now the value of money comes, determining the future or the now. Let's see now about time value. So time we've said present value, future value. So present value that direct. So you can work present or future value. When present value to future value, when we are doing present value to future value, we call it compounding. This one you must have done in mathematics, compounding. Compounding, it is determination of a future value from a present value. Determination of a future value from a present value. For example, in our example here, you have been given 1 million. You want to know, if I get this 1 million today, I'm going to invest. Remember, you're not just getting the 1 million and keeping it maybe under the bed. No, you'll get the 1 million and invest somewhere. If you invest, it will earn a return. So after 10 years, you will not just have 1 million, but you'll have 1 million plus a return. So we want to know this 1 million plus the return that you're going to earn, how much will it be after 10 years? That is determining the future value from a present value. And that is what we call in compounding. That is compounding. The other one, we are moving from future value to present. Like in this case, you're being given 2 million shillings after 10 years. But you want to know what is the worth? What is the worth of 2 million shillings 10 years to come? What is the present value of this amount? So you go backwards. Working from future value to present value, we call it discounting. Discounting. This is discounting. Discounting its determination of a present value from a future value. Determination of a present value from a future value. And I've said, when you are given an amount in present value terms and another amount in future value terms, and you're supposed to compare the two, you cannot compare when they are not in the same form. You're supposed either to convert them to present value or to future value and make a decision or make a conclusion. That is all about time value of money. So let's see what we have in the handout. There is a handout I've just shared. There is a handout I've just shared in the WhatsApp group. Kindly check. Kindly check. Have you seen that handout? I shared just a few minutes before the class. I want us to look at it. In case you have a question, you can ask before we proceed. In case you have a question, kindly ask. Okay, fine. Let's. I want to believe you've seen the handout. It's important to respond. Kindly respond if you've seen the handout. Okay, fine. Let's continue. Thank you, Alice and Akin, Alan as well. So up there, you can see the introduction, concepts of time value of money, introduction. A shilling today is worth more than a shilling tomorrow. All what I've explained is what you can find there. Future value techniques. Future value techniques, you can see there we have future value. That is what I've explained. An amount that will be paid or received in future, we call it a future value. Then we have present value techniques. Present value, I've said, is an amount today. As an amount today, present value. Compounding techniques, but I'm not saying you are going to make sure you go through this, the theory part, at your own free time. But this is what I've just summarized. There is no need of repeating. I just want us to walk through. Compounding techniques, we've said, okay, this is what we did in mathematics. Simple interest and compound interest. So again, that is not important, so much important. I just want us to look at the, but let's, yeah, we are under compounding techniques. Here we've talked about two concepts, the concept of compounding, the concept of discounting. So I want us to start with compounding. That is compounding techniques. That's the reason why there they are saying compounding techniques. Compounding techniques. So we start with the compounding techniques. Number 1, determination of a future value from a present value. Compounding techniques. Compounding techniques. Now, we start with future value of a lump sum. Okay, in here, we will not focus too much on the illustrations that we have there in the handout. I want you to make short notes. I want you to make short notes as we continue. I have some handwritten notes here that I want to share with you. So just write concepts of compounding, or compounding techniques, and we start with the first one: future value of a lump sum. 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 Alan? Okay, I will share. But the handout is more summarized. So we start with future value of a lump sum. Now, when you talk about, the most important thing here to understand is what is a lump sum? What is a lump sum? A lump sum, this is an amount that is received or paid once, is what we call a lump sum. For example, let's say if you pay or receive 2 million shillings today, that is a lump sum. Or if you invest, let me show you. Let's first understand. We have two things here. We have a lump sum. We have a lump sum, and we have an annuity. So here, let's say we have periods. We have period 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have amounts. Let's start with lump sums. Lump sum amounts. Lump sum. Let's say in year 1, the amount is 300,000. In year 2, it's 550,000, 600,000, and 700,000. These are what we call, all these are lump sums. Okay, let's have annuities. Annuity amounts. These are like installments. They are equal: 400,000, 400,000, 400,000, 400,000. So annuities, they are equal amounts received or paid regularly. Equal amounts received or paid regularly. And we say, when we say regularly, we are saying it's either monthly, weekly, semi-annually, yearly, quarterly. That means like every month you are paying or receiving 400,000. That is an annuity. Or each year you are paying or receiving 400,000. That is an annuity. Equal amounts received or paid regularly. Lump sum amounts. Lump sum amounts, you're saying this is an amount which is received or paid once. They do not repeat themselves. For example, in year 1, you'll receive 300,000. In year 2, you're getting 550 or paying or 550. Year 3, 600. Year 4, 700. Maybe let's say year 5, 300,000. you cannot say that since 300,000 is appearing twice, that it is an annuity. No, it is not an annuity because it has not been received regularly. You've received 300,000 after some other cash flows have been received here. Are we together? So all these are lump sums. All these are lump sums. However, if, for example, if you get 300,000 here and 300,000 here, we have two 300,000 that follow each other, this one and this one. This one will be referred to as an annuity. This is an annuity. Year 1 and year 2, or period 1 and period 2, we have an annuity of 300,000 because they follow each other. Yeah. But if the 300,000 occurs after, let's say, for example, here we have 700,000 and here we have 300,000. So in year 1 and year 3, we have 300,000. These are not annuities, they are lump sums because in between them, there is a figure that is different from them. I want to believe that is very clear. That is clear, a lump sum and an annuity. This is a concept that we are going to use a lot in financial management. And that is why I want you to be able to differentiate lump sums and annuities. Again, so this was 6. Let's say this was what? This was 500. Let's say now, yeah, 300,000 there. 300, yeah, let's say 300,000 here. So in year 4 and year 5, the 300,000 becomes an annuity because they follow each other. We have two 300,000s that follow one another. So they are annuities. So I want to believe that is clear. That's okay? Okay, fine, let's proceed. So we now looking at future value of a lump sum, future value of this kind of cash flows, future value of this kind of cash flows. So when you want to determine the future value of a lump sum, future value of a lump sum, future FV, its future value of a lump sum is equals to present value, or let's say principal, what you are used to, principal times 1 plus r power n. Principal times 1 plus r power n. And this is what you call present value. Present value. This principal figure here is what we call present value. Let's see. Let's see what we have in the handout there. Check what we have there. Where are we? Where are we? Future value of a future value of a lump sum should be there. If you look at the handout, you'll see using tables to find future, but no. Equation for finding future values of a single amount is derived as follows. How it is derived is not so much important to us. The most important thing is this. Yeah, this is how we get the future value of a lump sum. Future value of a lump sum is equals to principal into brackets present value times 1 plus r power n. This factor here, this factor 1 plus r power n is called what? Future value is called future value interest factor. This one is called future value interest factor. Future value interest factor. That factor is called future value interest factor. This one is very important. 1 plus r into bracket power n. So here we can say where FV is future value, R is the discounting, or not discounting rate, but rate of return. It's important for you to write this formula. Just write this, just write that. Rate of return is like the interest rate. Rate of return is like the interest rate. Eh? Yeah. Do we have an example there? So the example, yeah, there should be an example somewhere. Yeah, there is an example there. Look at that example. They're saying, assume that you've just invested Kenya shillings 100,000. The investment is expected to earn interest at a rate of 20% compounded annually. Determine the future value of the investment after 3 years. So, okay. Let's look at that. We are doing that illustration, that example. We're saying, assume that you have invested shillings 100,000. That is the present value. That is the principal. The principal amount, which is present value amount, is Kenya shillings 100,000. 100,000. Then the investment is expected to earn interest at the rate of R is 20% per annum. This per annum is very important. Okay, it is not given. They have not said per annum, but we say when you get a rate of return where the period, whether the per annum, per month, semi-annually is not stated, the standard measure is per annum. So unless it is specified like semi-annually or what, you should take it as per annum rate. So per annum is 20%, compounded annually. Determine the future value of the investment after 3 years. N, we should have said N here, N. N is equals to number of periods. Number of periods. Kindly have that. Number of periods. Number of periods. Make sure you write that. So here, our period is 3 years. We are investing for 3 years. So future value we are saying is equals to present value 1 plus R power N. So future value is equals to 100,000 times 1 plus 0.2 power 3. Power 3. So get the value of the investment after 3 years. Value of the investment after 3 years is how much are you getting? There are people, no, but you must be knowing how to put this power 3 in calculators. Anyone who doesn't know, you will be assisted. Now, for example, we have two answers here. We have 172,800 and we have 106,120. Alice, I'm doubting your answer. At a rate of 20%, even in the first year, we are going to earn 20,000. Because first year one, we will say 20% times this. Times 100,000. That is 20. That means it's more than 106,000. So 178, probably 172,800. 172,800. At least repeat your calculation. Okay, yeah, 172,800. That is what you're supposed to do. Another method of getting this. Another method of getting this is or. So here you say or a very long method. You'll say period here. Period 1, 2, and 3. Amount. Amount let's say 100,000. No, will that give us? No. No, that is the only way. Okay. The other method is where we say, but this one is very long. Where you say here it's 1 plus 0.2. The figure that you'll get here, you bring it here. Then you continue. But that will not apply in this case because we are only investing 1. So you can continue. You grow by that rate. So just stick to this. Just stick to this. Any question before you continue? We want to proceed. Okay, number 2, future value of an annuity. Future value of an annuity. Future value of an annuity. Future value of an annuity, and you have seen how we get the future. I've explained what's an annuity. Future value of annuity. Future value of annuity. Now, a future value of an annuity, just like we've said, you get the annuity. It's an annuity when the amount occurs repetitively, but regularly. So future value of an annuity is computed as follows. Without wasting a lot of time, future value of annuity is equals to the annuity. You get the annuity amount times annuity amount times. So we have the future value annuity factor. The future value annuity factor, you say 1 plus R power n minus 1 over R. That's how we get the future value of an annuity. 1 plus R, and write these formulas because the way they are in the handout. Okay, they are very much simplified in the handout. Just write what I'm writing on the board. Yeah, it's there, but write. Future value of an annuity is equals to annuity times 1 plus R into brackets power n minus 1 over R. This factor here, the factor 1 plus R power n minus 1 over R is called future value interest factor of an annuity. Future value interest factor of an annuity. What have they said there? Future value interest factor of an annuity. Future value interest factor of an annuity. This one. Now, we have tables. We have tables where these factors can be read from. Like you remember what table do we have? We have math table. Do you people know what's a math table? Or maybe what we call what? Normal curve, normal distribution curve. We have tables. We have tables where you can read these factors. When we go to discounting, I'm going to share the tables so that we can see. But for future values, the tables for compounding, it's not widely used in financial management. So just get these formulas right. Yeah. So any question here? There is nothing to explain. We know R is the rate of return or the interest rate. N, it's the number of periods. So there is nothing to explain. Let's go to what? Let's have an illustration. Do we have an illustration there? From the above example, there is a statement that says no. No, we have an example. What is the value of shillings 100,000 investment annually at the beginning of each of the next 5 years at an interest of 12%? Are you there? Have you seen that example? And finding future value of an annuity. Oh, that's due. Sorry. What is the value of 100,000 investment annually at the beginning? That's an annuity due. We are coming to that. I want us to have an illustration on the illustration on future value of an annuity. Okay, let's say from the above example, there is a part that is missing here. There is a part that is missing, but all in all, let's just write an example there. Just write something. Just write an example, an illustration. Say an investor intends to invest shilling 60,000 at the end of each year for 4 years. An investor intends to invest shilling 60,000 at the end of each year for 4 years. At the end of each year for 4 years. Full stop and say the investment will earn interest. The investment will earn interest at a rate of 20%. The investment will earn interest at a rate of 20% compounded annually. The investment will earn interest at a rate of 20% compounded annually. Compounded annually. Full stop. Determine the future value. Determine the future value of the investment. Determine the future value of the investment after 4 years. Determine the future value of the investment after 4 years. Determine the future value of the investment after 4 years. After 4 years. Now, future value of the investment. Now we start. This is how you should be approaching these questions. You first analyze the question. For example, here we are saying amount to invest is 60,000 at the end of each year. So annuity. We say annuity. Shillings 60,000. Annuity shilling 60,000 at the end of each year for 4 years. Period is 4 years. 4 years. Then the investment will earn interest at a rate of 20%. So 20% per annum. So we want the value of the investment after 4 years. So future value of annuity is equals to the annuity times 1 plus r power n minus 1 over r. So here you say 60,000 times 1 plus 0.2 power 4 power 4 minus 1 over 0.2. So get the value of the investment after 4 years. Then I show you another way of doing it. Get the answer, get the answer. Get the answer. Three 322,080. 322,080. Another person. 322,080. Another person. Alice, okay, that's fine. Now, there is another way of doing this question. So this is now, you say period, period, 1, 2, 3, 4. Annuity or amount. Remember, this person is investing 60,000 at the end. Yeah, at the end of each period. 60. 60. 60. 60. At the end of each period, this person is investing 60. So here you say 1 plus R power n. If we want to treat each amount as a lump sum, then here we will have future value. Future value. So here we will have 1 plus R. 1 plus R. This is 0.2. 0.2. 1 plus 0.2. 1 plus 0.2. 1 plus 0.2. 0.2. 1 plus 0.2. So before that, we know we've not put n. That is what I want to illustrate here. That is what I want to illustrate here. So we are 0. We always start at 0. 0 means now 1, 2, 3, 4. We're talking about 4 years, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. So here we have at the end. We are investing at the end. So at the end of the first year, 0, 60, 60, 60, 60. I want us to put n. So this 60 that you've invested at the end of year 1, how many times will it earn interest? The 60 that you invested at the end of year 1, how many times will it have earned interest at the end of year 4? It is here. 1, 2, 3. We have invested 60 here, so it will earn a return here, a return here, and a return here. So you say power 3. That is power 3. Then the other 60 at the end of year 2 here, it will earn interest here and here. So you say power 2. The 60 that you invest at the end of year 3, it will earn interest once. So you say power 1. And the last one, the 60 that you are investing at the end of year 4, it will have earned no return. So you say power 0. So multiply and get the total. If you multiply and get the total, we should be getting the same answer as this. We should be getting the same answer as this. So the reason why I just want you to get the concept, the concept here of power what, power what, power what. So 103,680 must be the first one. 103,680. 103,680. 86,400. 72,000 and 60,000. So get the total. Get the total. $322,088. Yeah. So almost the same as what we have here, just because of rounding off, that's where there are differences. So is that okay? Let's proceed. Let's do the next one, then we go for a break. The other one is future value of an annuity due. Future value of an annuity due. Let's wrap this. Future value of an annuity due. Now, what we have talked about here, it is an annuity that occurs at the end of the period. So here we had 60. If an annuity occurs at the end of the period, like in this case, that is what we've done in part B. But now we have what we call, okay, fine, Alice, 080, okay, fine. So future value of an annuity, this is when the amount is invested or paid at the beginning of the year, at the beginning of the year. For example, if our 60 here, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. If the investment is done at the beginning of the year, for example, here 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, we call it 1, 2, 3, 4. This is not there. We call it an annuity due. So an annuity due is an amount that is invested or paid at the beginning of the period. And this will change because now, like here we had said this is power 3 because we counted here 1, 2, and 3. But if it's an annuity due, we will now have 1, 2, 3, 4 because we are going up to the end of year 4. Because we are going up to the end of year 4. So the amount that we invested at the beginning of year 1 here will earn interest 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. The amount that you invested at the end of year 1 will earn interest 1, 2, 3. This will earn 1, 2, and this will earn 1. So the entire thing will change there. But now, how about when we are using the formula? When we are using the formula, this is how we get the future value of an annuity due. So here we say future value of annuity due is equals to annuity times 1 plus r power n minus 1 over r. Then we add another factor here, 1 plus r. 1 plus r. 1 plus r. 1 plus r power n minus 1 over r times 1 plus r. So this is now what caters for the element of investing at the beginning of the period. So you can write that. And then we have an illustration. So back to the handout, there is an illustration. Finding value of an annuity due. We have an illustration for that. If you can check in the handout, they are saying, assuming the above example, the investment is made at the beginning of the year rather than at the end. So example, what is the value of shillings 100,000 investment annually at the beginning of each of the next 5 years at an interest rate of 12%? So let's do that. So we're saying, what is the value of shillings 100,000? So annuity, the annuity is 100,000. What is the value of shillings 100,000 investment annually at the beginning of each of the next 5 years? The period is 5 years. Interest is 12% per annum, and it's at the beginning. So future value of annuity due is equals to the annuity, and you need to be writing these formulas every now and then. Every time you're doing a question, kindly write the formula. Even if you know the formula, just write it. So annuity times 1 plus r power n minus 1 over r times 1 plus r. So annuity is 100,000 times 1 plus 0.12 power 5 minus 1 over 0.12, then times 1 plus 0.12. So get the value. Then you are going to use this method to see. So how much are you getting? 711,518.9. 711,518.9. Now, using this method, we will have this. We will have here 0 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, And remember, the reason why starting at 0, you must count 12. Oh, someone else is getting 424, eh? 711, 424. Okay. Another person? A third person? Okay, let's continue as we wait. So, 513, 518, around that range. Now, so I'm saying we start at 0 because we must count 518. Eh? Okay, fine. Let's go with 518. We must count 12 months before we call it a year. So we are saying we are investing 100,000 at the beginning of each year. 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000. Remember, the end of year 1 is the beginning of year 2. So this 100,000 here we are investing at the beginning of year 2, which is the end of year 1. So we are saying this first 100,000 that was invested at the beginning of year 1, how many times will it earn interest in a period of 5 years? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you say power 5. The other one is power 4, power 3, power 2, and power 1. The last one that we are investing at the beginning of year 5, it will also earn interest during year 5. So at the end of year 5, it will have earned once. That is power 1. If you do the future value here, you're supposed to get almost the same answer as what you're getting here. So just check whether you're getting the same. On 76 to 34 point you can, okay, in this case you can round off. In this case you can round off to whole numbers. You can round off to whole numbers. In this case, there are situations whereby the decimal points will be required. So let's round off to whole numbers. The first one then should be 176 to 34, 157, 352, 157, 352, 140, 493, 140, 493, 125 for 40, 125 for 40, and 112,000. So get the sum. $711, $519. $711, $519. Now the reason why we are doing these two methods This is very short. This is like a shortcut. But we are doing this method so that you can get the concept. Because there are questions that will tell you that the amounts were invested at the beginning, the amounts were invested at the end of the period. This and this was happening. So this one is very important. Kindly get the concept. Then after the break, we will look at discounting techniques. Discounting techniques. After the break, discounting techniques. Discounting techniques. So let's have a break of like 5 minutes. And as we've said, discounting is this determination of present value from a future amount. Determination of present value from a future amount is what we call discounting. Or rather, yeah, discounting. So we start with the first one. Present value of a lump sum. Present value of a lump sum. Present value of a lump sum is the first one. A lump sum, still the same thing as we've said, an amount that is paid or received once is what we call a lump sum. So the present value of a lump sum, present value just say PV, present value of a lump sum is equals to future value times 1 plus R power negative n. 1 plus R power negative n. So look at this factor now. Look at this factor now. Under compounding, we were saying power n, positive n, because we were moving forward. But now, under discounting, we are saying negative, because we are moving backwards. So get the difference. Present value for lump sum is equals to future value times 1 plus R power negative n. So where this is future value, R we said is the required rate of return. N is the number of periods, as usual, number of periods. Now this factor, the factor 1 plus R power negative n, the factor 1 plus R power negative n, we call it present value interest factor. This one, we call it present value interest factor. Present value interest factor. And this one, we can read from the tables. So present value interest factor, which is indicated as this present value interest factor, R% power n. present value interest factor, R percent power N. So let me share with you the present value interest factor tables. The present value interest factor tables. Just check on your WhatsApp. Check on WhatsApp. Check in the WhatsApp group, I mean. I'm sharing the present value interest factors table, present value interest factor tables that we use for discounting. Present value interest factor tables that we use for discounting. I have shared. Once you receive it, kindly let me know. Once you receive it, kindly let me know. I want to show you how we read. Oh, okay, but that one we're going to do in an illustration. We're going to do in an illustration. So what do you need to add here? Nothing. Nothing. So when we are using tables,
will be our solution, and we are going to start with part A. Part A of the question, what are we required to do here? We're required to prepare the forecasted statement of profit or loss. So basically, what you are told, there is some information which you are given here that Delaware Limited would like to evaluate its performance for the next 5 years. So basically, we are going to prepare this projected statement of profit or loss for the next 5 years from 2023, and basically that is the next 5 years from 2023. So we will start with the year 2023 here, 2024, and basically we're going to have up to which year? I think that one should be up to 2028. That's the position. Yes, because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, it should be up to 2027. 5 years. 5 years. That's basically what we have. Now, how do we prepare this forecasted statement of profit or loss? So basically, to prepare the forecasted statement of profit or loss, we need first of all to compute the sales of the company. We will then proceed with less the production costs. We get basically what we get the gross profit, and then we less the other expenses. The other what expenses or the other costs which are not necessarily production cost. Now, for us to be able to do that, we need to have all these variables, because you can see we are only given the variables for the first year. So we need to compute the variables, those variables for the next 5 years. So let's make copy this and have that on the other side here. I'll copy of those variables, and equally I'll copy for the first year here. That is the variables which are given for 2023. Yes. And then what we are given here is the growth rate. And basically, we're told that the following details relate to the main product lotus and the estimated changes in price and cost per annum. So whatever you're given here, these are the changes per annum. These are the growth rate per annum. So what we need to do basically, we need to compute the values for the next 4 years here. So the growth rate for these for the annual demand, this one we are told will be 10%. So this in 2024, the average annual demand in 2024, this one will be equal to 110% of this one. In other terms, this one will be equal to 1.1, which is the same with 110% times what? Times this. So we do the same for this other item here. That is the selling price per unit. This one will grow with 5%. So this one will be equal to 105% of the selling price of 2023. So this one is basically the same with what? Is the same with 1.05. 1.0 what? 1.05. 1.0 what? 1.05. So basically, let's do that. We take 1.05 times this one. Then direct material, this one will increase with what? 10%. So therefore, this one will be 1.1 times this value here. And remember what we are doing here, we are basically developing a formula. So this formula which we will develop here, we are going to apply that for the next 3 years. That's yes. Then the direct material here, this one will also grow with 10%. So basically, instead of doing that manually, we can be able to apply the formula we have up here. This formula will apply for direct labor because it will also grow with 5% and also the variable production of hides. Yes, so this is 110% of this, is 110% of this. Yes. What about this one? This one will grow with 5%. So this one will be equal to 1.05 times this one. Yes. And basically this administration of it, also this one will grow with 5%. I can also apply that formula down here for this other item. That one is 105% of this. So this one will grow with 10%. So this one will be equal to 1.1 times what I have here. I enter. And finally, this one will grow with 5%. So this one will be equal to 1.05 times what I have here. I enter. Yes. So then what I'll do, this particular formula which I've developed for 2024, it will basically apply for the next 3 years. I'll just apply that formula there, and I'll be able to have the values for the next 3 years like that. Yes. So basically, we say that you can be able to confirm, for example, how we are computing each of the values here. So maybe what I need to do, let me do away with this decimal. I think we have decimals. Do we work with the decimals? Yes, let's work with our figures to 2 decimal places here. To 2 decimal places, 2 decimal places like that. 2 decimal places like that. Let me expand these columns here. Yes. So basically we said here, you can be able to confirm how all these values have been computed. For example, if you want to know how this figure has been computed, you just highlight that cell and then you come up here. So our formula is not appearing up there. Why is the formula not appearing? Our formula, remember our formula should appear up somewhere up here. I don't know why our formula is not appearing there. Okay. But the formula basically should appear up here. I don't know why it is not appearing. Yes, but basically our formula should appear up there. Yes. So, but basically if you check here, for example, this one is like 110% of this. 110% of that. I don't know why our formula is not appearing up there. Let me first of all close this and then I reopen afresh. I close this and then I reopen. Yes, I think now we should be able to have our formulas up here. So we said if, for example, yes, our formula is now appearing up there. If you want to know how any of the figure here has been computed, you just highlight that cell and you'll be able to see the formula up there. For example, this value here, you can see it's 110% of that, which is basically very much correct. So therefore, basically all these particular variables here, or we have been able to come up with these particular variables using the figures for the base period 2023 and the growth rate. Now, having these 10, what do we need to do? We need to compute the profit or loss. How do we compute this profit or loss? We can come up with a formula here. To compute the profit or basically loss, we first of all compute the sales. We first of all compute the sales of the company. Then we minus the cost of production. The cost of production. So this is basically the production cost. This is the production cost. The production cost. We will get the gross profit, and then from there we move, and basically we less the other expenses. The other expenses, these are the non-production costs. The non-production costs which are incurred by what? By the company, or basically the other costs which are incurred by this company, which are not necessarily production what? Production cost. Production what? Costs. Sasa? Yes. So that's basically how we compute the profit or loss. So therefore, what we need to do first of all is we compute the sales. How do we compute the sales? This one is computed by taking the quantity produced and sold times the selling price per unit. The selling price per what? Per unit. So that's basically how we are going to compute this. So for 2023, I will take this one, the annual demand. Annual demand, remember, the number of units to be produced and sold. This one, I'll multiply that with the selling price per unit. The selling price per unit is this one, like that. Then I'll basically do the same here, just like what you have done up here. I will basically develop the formulas for computing these variables for the year 2023, and then I'll apply that formula for the next 4 years. So that will make our work very easy here. So to these sales, we need to proceed and we less. We need to proceed and we less the production cost. The production cost. The production cost. Now, this production cost will comprise of what? This one will comprise of direct material cost, direct labor cost, variable production of heights, and then the fixed production of heights. These are production costs. But if you take on administration, these are not production costs. The variable selling and the distribution are not production costs, and the fixed selling and distribution still not production what? Cost. Let me first of all, I less this particular production cost, but I need to do some editing as far as this is concerned. This one should not be per unit. Direct labor will not be per unit. Will not be per unit. The variable production of heights will not be per unit. Yes, so that basically what we need to have there. So I will start by computing direct material cost. Direct material cost, this one is equal to direct material cost per unit, this one, times the unit produced and sold. And I hope you can be able to record, we said at a CVP, we assume the units produced are RR, the units produced are equal to the units sold. We don't have closing stock here. So I will multiply that with the unit produced, this one. For the labor cost, I will do the same. Labor cost per unit, this one, times the number of units produced and sold, 50,000. Then variable production of heights, I will take the variable production cost per unit, this one, times the number of units produced and sold, this one. Then for fixed production of heights, this one does not depend with the number of units produced. This one, we take that amount there. Yes. Sasa, yes. So then from there, what we need to do is basically we get the gross profit. We will get the gross profit. The gross profit. How do we get the gross profit? The gross profit will be equal to the sales, this one, minus the production cost, minus this, minus this, minus this one, minus this one. So the sales minus the production cost. We get what? We get the gross profit there. So once we get that gross profit, we need to proceed and we less the other cost of this company. We need to less the other cost, and basically I've said that these other costs are the non-production costs. Other costs. Other what? Other costs. So the other costs, basically, these are the other costs of this company, which are not necessarily a production cost. So I think I will pick these 3 costs here. I copy them. I bring them down here. Yes, I will start with administration of height. And administration of height, I say that this one take into account, we are given a figure. This is a fixed cost. This one will not have to be based on the number of units produced and sold. Variable, selling and distribution, this one will not be per unit, but basically this one has to be computed. This one will be equal to the variable selling and distribution cost per unit, this one, times the number of units produced and sold, these ones, 50. Then the fixed selling and distribution is what we have here. That one is equal not per unit. Yes. So I think having that now, we can basically proceed and we compute what? We compute the profit, the profit for the year. The profit for the year. The profit for the year, of which now the profit for the year, this one will be the gross profit minus the gross profit minus the other costs. Minus the other what? Minus the other costs. So this one will be equal to, the gross profit, this one, minus these three costs, minus this, minus this, minus that one. We get what? We get the gross what? We get the gross profit. And I think having this now, we are done. We are done because we have developed a formula here. So what we just need to do is we apply that formula for the next what? 4 years here. We just apply that formula for the next what? 4 years, like that. Just like that. Yes. So maybe just need to expand our columns here. Yes. So basically that's what you have, and maybe you can underline what need to be underlined here. We can underline this. We can equally underline those two values here, like that. Yes. So basically in our case, we have the profit for what? The profit for the year there. And basically this is it, that what is required as far as part A of that particular question is what is concerned. That is what was required there. You can see that one is quite simple. Quite simple. Quite what? Simple. Variable selling and distribution. Variable selling and distribution. Variable selling and distribution. Variable selling and distribution. This one rules. We have said this one has to be. I hope you can see up here. This one is per unit. So that's why we have taken this particular amount. I hope you can see how we have computed that. We have taken this times the number of units produced and sold, times the number of units produced and sold, this one. That's why we got, I think, a figure of 1.5. This times that. That the variable selling and distribution cost per unit times the number of units produced and sold. Yes. So in our case, basically we are done with that. And we said the advantage with Excel is to make our work easier. You can see we just need to come up with a formula for computing those figures for the first year. Once we are done with that, we just need to apply that formula for the next 4 years. So which basically becomes quite what? Simple. So let's move to the other part of the question. We copy this. We copy this, and basically we have it down here. Yes, so what you're required to do here is we compute the break-even levels in units, the break-even in revenue for each of the next 5 years. In other terms, what you're required to compute here are two things: the break-even point in units, the break-even point in what? In shillings. I hope you can be able to recall what we said yesterday, how we compute the two. How do we compute the break-even point in units? This is basically how we compute the same. We take the fixed cost divided that with the contribution margin. Yes. For the break-even point in revenue, or basically in shillings, we compute that by taking the fixed cost divided that with something called, okay, yes, there we just use the same formula up here, but whatever we get, we can multiply that with the selling price per unit. Yes. So we need to have some items here. Number one, we need to have the fixed cost of this company. We need to have the fixed cost. The fixed what? The fixed cost of this company. Now, the fixed cost, basically this comprises of the fixed production cost and the other fixed cost, or the total cost. We don't, here we consider all the fixed cost, not necessarily the production fixed cost, but all the fixed cost, all the fixed what cost. Now, this company has got a number of fixed costs from what we have up here. So number one, we have this fixed production of heights. That is basically the fixed cost. And then do we have any other fixed cost? Yes. We also have this, the fixed administration of heights. And then we also have this fixed selling and distribution, this one. That's yes, we consider all the fixed costs, all the fixed what? Cost. That will basically give us 240,000. Then, having said, we also need to proceed and we compute something called the contribution margin. The contribution margin. The contribution margin per unit. The contribution margin per unit. How do we compute the contribution margin per unit? The contribution margin per unit, this one is equal to selling price per unit, represented by small p, minus the variable cost per unit. The variable cost per unit. And equally here, when considering the variable cost, we consider all the variable cost of the company. We consider all the variable cost of what? All the variable cost of the company, all the variable cost of the company, or the variable cost of the company, or the variable cost of the company. As this is asking about administration of it. Yes, basically I've said, if you check on the data which you have here, you can be able to tell which costs are fixed. Any cost which is not given per unit is fixed. This one is fixed because you can see it's not per unit. This one is also fixed, it's not given per unit. This one is also fixed. That's why I've said we have 3 fixed costs. This one, and this one, and this one. These are fixed costs. The 3 are fixed costs. They are fixed costs because they are not given per unit. If they are per unit, then they should be variable. Now, let's move and we compute the contribution margin. And basically, contribution margin, I've said we take the selling price per unit. So the selling price per unit, we have it here, this one, 500, minus all the variable cost. The variable cost, we have direct material. I'll take 500 minus direct material, which is a variable cost, minus direct labor, minus variable production of height, minus the variable selling and distribution, that one. So I've taken the selling price per unit minus 4 variable cost per unit there. I'll get what? I'll get the contribution margin per unit. This contribution margin per unit, how is that computed? I hope you can see the computation of that. This one minus the 4 what? Variable costs. Yes. So basically having that then, I can proceed and I compute now the break-even point in units. Break-even point in units. So how do I compute the break-even point in units? I'll basically apply this formula. I'll take the fixed cost, divided that with the contribution margin per unit. The contribution margin per unit. And basically that is what we have up there. So I'll take the fixed cost, this one, divided by this one there. That will give us the number of units to be produced and sold for the company to break even. And I think we can also have a value there, 2 decimal places like that. The next, I also need to compute the break-even point in shillings. The break-even point in shillings. The break-even point in what? In shillings. So to determine the break-even point in shillings, we just take whatever you have up here. That is the break-even point in units. In units, break-even point in units, I multiply that with the selling price per unit. The selling price per what? Per unit. So I'll take whatever I have here times the selling price per unit. The selling price per unit, I have it up here, this one. So that basically gives us the break-even point in what? The break-even point in what? In revenue, or basically in shillings. So having that now, for the first year 2023, I just need to apply that formula for the next 4 years. For the next 4 years like that. Yes. So basically that is the break-even point in units, the break-even point in what? In shillings. In what? In shillings. We are done with that. So we move to the last part here. We move to the last part. Let's copy this. In case of any question, please type it in the chat box. I'll be able to see it. So here we are told using suitable graphs. Using suitable graphs, summarize, that is suitable graphs, summarize the revenues, the profit, the break-even revenue for each of the next 5 years. So I think in this case, what you're required to do here is to come up with a dashboard. A dashboard is basically a summary of the key financial metrics and also accompanied with data visualization tools. That's yes. So basically, I think what we need to do here, let's have our years 2023, 2024, all the way to 2027. Yes. So I think maybe first of all, you can have a summary of the revenue. I think we can present this all the values separately. So the revenue will start with the revenue for 2023, which is this one. I'll basically enter and then basically apply that. All the values we have up here, all these revenues are the figures which we have down here. Yes. And I think in that case, we can first of all present this, the revenue separately in a graph. We said once you have that, we just need to highlight the entire data there like that. And then we come up here, we say insert. We come to the recommended charts here. You'll be given some recommendations here. Some recommendations like that. Maybe you can pick any of these. For example, you can pick that, but you can see there is some space which is left here. That space is because of whatever you have here. Whatever you have, this particular empty what? These empty columns here. That's why we have some space. Though no problem with that. Let me see here. So we insert. Yes, you can see that space is disappearing. You can see that space is disappearing. Yes. So basically, this is a graph which shows the projected revenue of this company for the next what? For the next 5 years. For the next what? 5 years. For the next what? 5 years. So I think we are done. See, you'll be able to do that for the other two variables, because you just need to do the same for profits. For profits, so you'll have the profit for the 5 years and also the break-even point in revenue. So you'll be in a position to do that. Mary, Sharon. Yes. Let me give that as an assignment. Let me give that as an assignment. That's yes. So you finish on that, and then so that we move now to the other question. So you can see this question was a simple one, a simple one, because that is a question which you could have done within very few minutes. You're done and you get all the marks. That's Yes, it was a simple question. So that is basically what was required there. There is now this other question, which was the last sitting. Last sitting. Yes, we have it here. I hope you can see this question here. The question I'm presenting, this one is for August of 2025. If you can see the question for August 2025, please confirm. Please confirm. Can you see this question for August 2025? Or you can only see the other question which we... Okay, sawa. Can we take a short break before we come back and look on this? We take a short break of just like 5 minutes. I want us to finish on time today. I release you a little bit earlier. We take a short break, small breather, or we just continue? Okay, so we take a small breather of 5 minutes, then we come back, we look on this. So a small break, we come back. Yes, are you back? Can we continue? Can we proceed? Yes. So let's continue so that we finish on this question. So we are told you are the management accountant of Maras Tech Limited, a company that produces two types of product, alpha and beta. So we are told the company want to understand the cost structure, the profitability for both a product as well as the break-even point based on the following data for the month of July 2025. So we are given data about the two companies, about two products, not companies, about two products. Basically, we have two products, alpha and beta. So what we have is the selling price per unit, the variable cost per unit, the fixed costs, and the unit sold. So what are we required to do? Part A, I think we got straight to part A of our question here. Part A, basically we are required to do what? We are required to prepare the contribution margin statement and the profit, net profit for each of what? For each of the products. So we basically copy that. We paste it here on the other side. Yes, so we are required to prepare the contribution. So this is basically the contribution. This is the contribution margin statement and the profit what? And the profit statement. So remember here we have two products, unlike the other question which we had, which were preparing the profit statement basically for a number of years. So here we are preparing the profit statement for 1 year, but basically for two products. So we need to copy this, our two products, and basically we have that here, the two products, product alpha, and basically product what? Beta. Now what we are required to do here is we prepare a contribution, a contribution margin statement and the net profit statement. So basically what that means, we need to show the contribution for each of the product, and that is the total contribution and the profit. So how do we compute the contribution? Contribution is equal to the sales minus the variable costs. And then the net profit is equal to the contribution minus the fixed cost. Because I hope you can see in this question, we just have two costs. The variable cost and the fixed cost. So to get the contribution for each of the product, we will take the sales minus the variable costs. And then to get the net profit, we take the contribution minus the fixed cost. So what do we start with here? We start by computing the sales. We start by computing the sales. Yes, let's have all these variables here first of all, before we proceed to do that. Maybe we need to use some of those variables down. Maybe in answering the other part of the question, we need to have these variables here. These variables here. Yes, and basically we have the other variables for the other product. Yes, so we don't have to copy for the other product. By default, Excel will be able to pick for us those values. So we need to start by computing the sales. So this paper for last sitting is basically, it was a very simple paper. It was a very good paper. You can see the kind of questions. I think we have done a number of questions, but it was a very good paper. It was a very good paper. Let's hope the paper for this time will also be as simple as this paper for last sitting. So to compute the sales, basically for each product, I will take the selling price per unit times the number of units produced and sold, these ones. As simple as that. Then I basically need to less the variable cost so that I get the contribution. I need to less the variable cost, the variable cost. So the variable cost, this one will also be straightforward. We will take the variable cost per unit, this one, times the number of units produced and sold, this one. And then I'll get what? I'll get the contribution. I'll get the contribution. The contribution. So the contribution here, this one will be equal to the sales minus the variable cost. Sales minus the variable cost, that one. And then I need to proceed and I get the net profit. To get the net profit, I'll take that contribution, I less the fixed costs. I less the fixed costs. I less the fixed what? The fixed cost. So the fixed cost is basically what we have here. So meaning that the net profit, this one will be equal to what? This one will be equal to the contribution minus the fixed costs, like that. Like that. Yes. So basically, I think I can bold this one before I apply that formula for the other product. Let me bold that one. I can also shade it. Yes. So basically, what I need to do, I apply this formula for the other product like that. For the other product like that. I think I can introduce a comma here. Okay, so I think that is it. Okay, I don't know what is happening this value for 200. Okay, let me do away this particular comma here. Same case there. Okay, so let's retype these figures manually. I don't know what is the problem with those figures. 200,000. And these other ones should be 200,000, 300,000. Yes, I think now they should be okay. Yes, so that should be okay now. That should be okay. Yes, alternatively, we can use that. Formula as is. We compute the contribution margin per unit times. Yes, but I think either of the approach should give us the correct answer. Either of the approach should give us the correct answer there. Yes, so I think basically that's what we have. Yes, so what you have computed is the contribution. You have also computed what? The net profit. So basically it was simple as that. So we move to part B. So in part B, basically what are we required to do? We are required to calculate the break-even point in units and revenue for both product. For both what? For both product. Basically here, we are not required to compute the break-even point for the company, because if we are required to compute the contribution, if we are required to compute the break-even point for this company, we need now to introduce the aspect of the wing. So, but here we are required to compute the contribution, the break-even point for each product. For each what? A product. So which basically becomes quite simple here. So that would be part B of the question. So this is the break-even point. The break-even point in units, and basically the break-even point in units and also in revenue. Yes, so how do we compute this? We just need to remember the formula. To compute the break-even point in units, we take the fixed cost divided by contribution margin. I think what is missing here is just the contribution margin. Let's just compute that one. Contribution margin per unit. Contribution margin per what? Per unit, which will be equal to the selling price per unit minus the variable cost. So for each product, so this one will be equal to the selling price, this one, minus the variable cost, this one, which is how much? Which basically will give us 400. Yes, which will give us 400 like that. And I hope these units are okay. So I think we have a problem with these particular values here. I think the person who was typing them introduced a comma. That's why you can see. They are not aligning on the left like the other values. Because they should be aligning on the left. Okay, so I think it's okay then. So then, okay, we have now the contribution margin. So having the contribution margin, we can proceed and we compute the break-even point in units. So the break-even point in units, we just need to apply our formula here, which will be equal to the fixed cost divided by contribution margin, and which should be per unit. So this one will be equal to the fixed cost, which we have up here, divided by the contribution margin, this one, and that will give us 500 units. Then we compute the break-even point in revenue, or basically the break-even point in shillings. And you have said that this one will be equal to the fixed cost, or in other terms, the break-even point in units, and then we multiply that with what? We multiply that with the selling price per unit. As simple as that. So therefore, this one will be equal to the break-even point in units, this one, times the selling price per unit, this one. Yes, so that basically give us the what? 350. Having that, then we need to apply that for the other product like that. So in that case, we have computed the break-even point in units and basically for revenue for both products, that is product alpha and the product what? Beta. Product beta. Quite simple. Quite simple. Yes. So we move to the other part here. That is basically part C of the question. Part C of the question. So what you're required to do here is to compute the margin of safety. So provided you remembered the formula here, this was a simple question here. Yes. So margin of safety in units and as a percentage. Now, how do we compute the margin of safety? Margin of safety basically is the difference between the current sales, what the company is producing and selling, and the break-even point. And the break-even what? Point. So therefore, to compute the margin of safety, we take the current sales, and actually we are taking the current sales in units because we are required to compute the margin of safety in units, the current sales in what? In units, in units, minus the break-even point in units. The break-even point in what? In units. The break-even point in units. Then to compute the margin of safety as a percentage, margin of safety as a percentage, we do the same basically. We will take the current sales. Maybe I can just use, let's have the opening bracket here. The current sales basically in units minus the break-even point also in units. We get the difference and then we divide that with the current sales equally in units, and then by the end of the day, we multiply that with 100. We multiply that with what? With 100. That will give us a margin of safety as a percentage. So let's start by computing the margin of safety in units. So this one will be equal to the current sales. How many units is the company currently selling? So the unit being currently sold 1,500 minus the break-even point in units. Break-even point in units is this. And what does this mean? This basically means that if the current sales, if the number of units being sold, currently sold by the company reduces with 1,000, the company will obviously start making losses. That's what we mean by that. So then the break-even, the margin of safety, that is, as a percentage, we will basically take this difference because this is now the difference between current sales and the break-even point in units. We divide that with the current sales, this one, which is 15, and then we multiply that with 100. We multiply that with 100. We multiply that with what? With 100. We have taken the difference between current sales in units and the break-even point, which is what we have here, and then divided that with the current sales in units, 1,500 times 100. So that will give us this one as what? As a percentage. Okay, so I think we can do this. Let's do this. Let's do away with this particular 100. And then whatever you get, we basically introduce what? Introduce a percentage here. Yes, and equally we can give our answer to the nearest whole number like that. So then we basically apply that for the other products there. For the other product. So what you have computed here is the margin of safety in units and the margin of safety in what? as a percentage. As what? As a percentage, as a percentage. Yes, quite simple. So let's move to part B, to part D. Part D, we are required to carry out sensitivity analysis. I hope you know what is sensitivity analysis. Sensitivity analysis, basically we try to change our original variables and we see how that will impact on the profit, how will that maybe will impact on the break-even point of this product, or maybe the profit of this company. What are we told in part D? We are told to perform sensitivity analysis by calculating how a 10% variable change in all inputs, in all product data, that is, in all product data, other than the fixed costs, for both products, affect the contribution and the break-even point. So in other terms, what we require to do here is that we vary, we change all the inputs except the fixed costs. And in that case, we are assuming all the inputs are changing, or basically we assume a 10% variable change. Variable what? Change for all inputs except the fixed what? Cost. And we see how that will affect, how that will affect what? How that will affect the contribution margin and the break-even point. Sasa? Yes. So let's copy this. We have it here. Yes, I think this was a very good question. A very good question here. Yes, so basically we need to have equally our products, our two products down here. Maybe we can just recopy them afresh. Yes, so we have our two products. So remember, we have now the inputs which you're using here. Basically, we have this input, 4 of them. We just copy all of them. So we need to have our inputs here. And basically, we are required to change all these inputs, except what? Except the fixed cost. And we assume that all the inputs are, or we have a 10% variable change. 10% variable change. I hope you know what is 10% variable change. In case of things like the selling price, things like the number of units to be sold, because this result to sales, these two variables we are going to assume they will increase with 10%. But for the costs, we assume or a basically a 5% variable change for the cost they reduce. Sales, the selling price, units sold, a 10% variable change. Those two variables do what? Increases. Will do what? We increase. So therefore, the selling price here for these two products will increase with 10%. So the selling price, this one will increase with 10%. We take this one and basically we increase it with 10%. To increase that with 10%, we just need to multiply that with 1 times 1. So that will come to 770. For the other product, we just apply that formula. And that one will go to 990. That is 10% variable change. Now, for the variable cost, if 10% variable change, we assume that this one reduces by 10%. Reduces by 10 what? 10%. Reduces by 10%. Now, as this, check what we are told here. We are told to assume a 10% variable change. That I think that basically what we need to 10% variable change. 10% variable change means what to the selling price? 10% variable favorable change, the selling price will reduce. Understand. Favorable. Favorable means what? Favorable. Remember the other question which we did. There was adverse. So that's why I think we are reducing the selling price. Sasa is here a 10% favorable change means that if it is sales, the sales increases. So anything which is used in the computation of sales, we are going to increase it with 10%, including the selling price per unit, including the number of units to be sold. But now for the cost, a 10% variable favorable change for cost, we assume they will reduce. Do we agree on that? Do we agree on that? Yes. Selling price automatically here will increase. Selling price will increase. The other variable we are going to increase is the number of units to be produced and sold. But for the cost, a 10% variable favorable change is a decrease as far as the costs are concerned. That's yes. I think you have agreed on that. So therefore, the variable cost, this will reduce because it's a cost. So this one will reduce by 10%. It will be 0.9 times 0.9 times what we have here, this one. So that reduces to 270. And basically, we do the same for the other product, which is beta. It reduces from 500 to 450. Now, the fixed cost, we are told that this one we assume it will not change. The fixed cost remain the same. The fixed cost remain the same. Remain the same. So the unit sold, this one, because it is used in computing the sales, a 10% favorable change, we assume that this one will also increase with 10%. This will be 1.1 times the current units produced and sold, 1,500. So that will come to 1,650. And then for the other product, it will go to 1,320. So then after changing those variables now, we are required now to see how that will affect the contribution margin and also how it will affect what? How it will affect the break-even point. So we need to compute what now here? What we need to compute is the contribution margin and not per unit. That is the total contribution margin and the break-even point. So let's compute the contribution. I'm saying this is a question which was very, very simple. Very, very simple. These are questions these were just like 23 marks. This was a very, very good question. Yes. Now, how do we compute this one? We will take the sales minus the variable cost. The sales minus the variable what? The variable cost. The variable cost. So the sales, I think we can compute this directly. So we will take this. I think we can have the opening bracket here. The sales times the selling price per unit. Not that is the selling price per unit times the number of units to be produced and sold. That will give us sales minus the variable cost. The variable cost will be equal to the variable cost per unit. Equally, I need to put that inside the bracket times the number of units to be produced and sold. This one. Yes, I've taken the sales minus the variable cost. And that basically will give us that. Then we do the same for the other product there. For the other product. So how, what is happening to the contribution here? What is happening to our contribution? I hope you can see our contribution up here. So this one was 600 for 80, but you can see now the new contribution is basically increasing. So by assuming a 10% variable change in all inputs except the fixed cost, you can see now the contribution, the new contribution is basically doing what? We have an increased contribution. Then we also need to compute the break-even point. The break-even point, and I think we can compute this one, break-even point in units, break-even point in shillings.
If you can hear me, then you respond with a yes. Good evening, Anne. Good evening, Aziz. Good evening, Sharon. Good evening, T. Good evening, VMM. And good evening, Walter. Can you hear me? You respond with a yes if you can hear me. Perfect. So we stopped at what we call taxation across the borders. And the last statement that we basically made, we talked about individuals that are basically affected by what we call double taxation. One of it, we say that these are citizens that basically work abroad, or one of the few people that are affected by double taxation, citizens working abroad. We have what we call the expatriate employees working in Kenya. We have sportsmen or professionals, sportsmen and entertainers that basically earn income from abroad. Then we have businesses that are carried partly in Kenya and partly outside Kenya. So then we get to what we call the objectives of double taxation agreements. What we call the objectives of what we call double taxation agreements. Objectives of what we call the double taxation agreements. So what we call the objectives of what we call the double taxation agreement. So what do you think are the objectives of what we call double taxation agreements, where two countries engage into agreement for citizens probably working in those two particular countries? One of which is basically to attract investment, to say to attract investment. So basically, when you're taxed on both ends, will that be able to attract investment? Let's say, for example, there is the two countries, for example, Kenya and let's say China, and we do not have double taxation agreements. What happens? It basically implies that you're going to be taxed double. And in that scenario, do you think we'll be able to attract what we call investment? We will not be able to attract investment. So we say to attract what we call skilled manpower, to attract what we call skilled manpower. To basically attract what we call the skilled manpower as a second, to attract what we call the skilled manpower, then to protect citizens of the country, protect what we call citizens, we say of a country, we say from what we call from double taxation, to basically protect citizens of the country from what we call the double taxation, to protect what we call the citizens of a country, we say from double taxation. We can also say to facilitate, we say to facilitate what we call free movement, we say of labor, to facilitate what we call free movement of labor. In instances where an individual is taxed double, in cases where countries do not have what we call the double taxation agreement, people will not easily move altogether. Then say encourage citizens of the country, encourage what we call citizens, say of a country to look for jobs, for jobs abroad. So this definitely will encourage what they call the citizens of a country to basically look for jobs abroad because of these agreements. Together, team. If you're together, then you just give it a yes. If we are together, then we give it a yes. So what are some of the countries, VMM, switch off the video. What are the countries, some of the countries that Kenya basically have what we call a double taxation agreement with? What are some of the countries that Kenya basically have what we call the double taxation agreement? what are some of the countries that basically Kenya has what it called a double taxation agreement. For sure, United Kingdom, Kenya has what's called a double taxation agreement. We have India. We have what we call the East African Community, that is Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, and Southern Sudan. We also have Sweden. These are some of the countries that basically Kenya has what we call a double taxation agreement. And the essence of those agreements, we've talked about the objectives of those agreements on this particular. So I want to talk about what we call conditions to be met. Conditions to be met. We say to be met. We say in order to qualify, in order to basically qualify for what we call for double taxation relief. So we have what we call conditions to be met in order to qualify for what we call the double taxation relief. Then in order to qualify for double taxation relief, the certain conditions that must basically be the certain conditions that we understand that must basically be met in order to qualify. What are these conditions that basically must be met in order to qualify for what we call double taxation relief? What are these conditions that must be met? So in order to qualify, tax must have been paid in other countries altogether. If you're Kenyan, the tax must have been paid in other countries. So the first one, we say the tax must have, we say, been paid. The tax must have been paid in that, we call it other country. The tax must have been paid in that other country. On income, we say subjected to what we call to double taxation. On that income that are basically subjected to double taxation, that the tax must have been paid to that other country, basically on that income that we understand is subjected to double taxation. Number two condition will basically say that double taxation relief, double taxation relief, we say should not exceed. So what we call the double taxation relief should not exceed what we call the tax payable in what we call in the home country. But the double taxation relief should not exceed tax paid in the home country on income subjected to double taxation, on the income that we understand is subjected to double taxation. In most of the questions, you'll always find that the tax on other countries is lower, are we together, as compared to the same income subjected to, taxation in Kenya. Together, team, we respond with a yes, if you're together. Are we together? So the third, there must be what you call the double taxation relief policy. There must be double taxation. There must be what you call the double taxation relief policies, say in the country. There must be what you call double taxation relief policy in the country. There must be what you call the double taxation relief policy, and we understand in the country. Then we say we have four that we call time limit, Number 4, we understand the time limit of making the claim, of making what's called the claim, of making claim. We say for a relief, time limit for making a claim of relief is usually we understand 6 years since the tax payable, was paid in what's called, was payable in that other country, was payable in that other country in relation to income, in relation was 6 years since the tax payable was paid in other country, in relation, we say in relation to double taxation, in relation to what we call double taxation, in relation to what's called the double taxation. Those are conditions in order for one to qualify for what we call the double taxation relief. We respond with a yes. Together. We'll respond with a yes if you're together on those conditions. We give it a yes if we are together. 𝐎𝐿𝐶𝐒, are we together? I'll say it on those conditions in order for one to qualify for double taxation relief. The tax must have been paid in that other country on income subjected to double taxation. There must be double taxation relief policy. And we basically said that the double taxation should not exceed the tax payable in the home country subjected to what we call the double taxation. So we get to what we call areas covered by double taxation agreement. Areas, we say covered by what we call double taxation, areas that are basically covered by the double taxation agreements. Areas that we understand are basically covered by the double taxation agreement. And so one of the areas we basically say persons covered by the agreement. We understand the next is taxes covered by the agreement. Incomes that are affected by what we call the agreement. We have what we call terminations of agreement. Are we together? Terminations of agreement. So we can, what we call, one is persons covered by agreements. Persons that we know are covered by agreements. Number 2, taxes. We understand covered by what we call agreements. Taxes are basically covered by agreement. Then number 3, we have what we call incomes. Incomes, we understand affected by what we call the agreements. Incomes that we understand are affected by the agreement. You also have another area what's called terminations. Terminations of what we call agreements. Terminations of agreements. So then we have aspects of determination of residence of a taxpayer. Aspects of determining what we call residency of a taxpayer. Together, we respond with a yes, basically on areas that are basically covered by double taxation. Together, team. FJ, Lenovo, Mary, and the rest of the class. Tuko pamoja. If you're together, then we respond with a yes. So then if you're together, then give me a yes. So then we go to forms of double taxation relief agreements. What we call forms. Forms of what we call double taxation agreements. Forms of what we call the double taxation agreements. What we call the forms of double taxation agreement. One of the first form, we have it as unilateral. We have the first form, what we call unilateral relief. So when you say unilateral relief, what do you basically mean? Unilateral, before you get to bilateral, what do you basically mean by unilateral relief? Unilateral relief. I hope Miriam is in class. I hope Miriam is in class. And I hope Chengo is also in class. Perfect. And I hope Chengo is also in class. Yes, perfect. And I hope Gilbert is also in class. I hope Elvis is also in class. I hope Elvis is also in class. Perfect. Our representative, Sheila, I hope she's also in. So when you talk about unilateral relief, what do you basically mean by unilateral relief? Unilateral relief. When you say unilateral relief, we say this is where we say that the government, this is where the government, we say that this is where the government decide to grant, decide to grant what they call relief, decide to basically grant relief to its citizens, working abroad, decides to grant relief to its citizens working abroad who are subjected, we say who are subjected to what they call double taxation, who are basically subjected to what's called double taxation, without considering. Unilateral touches on one aspect. We say without considering. We understand that without considering whether other governments grant what they call their citizens, working in the country, double tax relief. And that is simple. What are we trying to say? That when you talk about unilateral, you basically grant this, you grant to your citizens working abroad, you grant them relief without considering that the expatriates are granted relief by their countries altogether. That is basically what's called unilateral relief. Together, we respond with a yes. We respond with a yes if you're together. So then we go to bilateral. What they call the bilateral reliefs. So what is bilateral relief? What they call the bilateral relief. So what is the bilateral relief? What is a bilateral relief? When you say bilateral relief, what do you basically mean by the word bilateral relief? Somebody shine. If we understand this, then this should be simple. So who can give us this? If you understand the unilateral, then bilateral should be very simple. So what is bilateral? So bilateral, countries basically considered. Bi means two, not more. Bi basically means two countries. Mary, when you talk about bi, basically means two countries are we together? They are in agreement. Not only one country is in agreement to grant its citizens, both parties are basically involved. And that is to say this is where, let's say this is where, this is where, this is where, we say two, this is where two or more countries, but specifically by should be two or more countries negotiate, and say conclude, negotiate and conclude what they call the double tax relief, negotiates and conclude what's called the double tax relief, the double tax relief agreement, double tax relief agreements to say where the citizens, where we say the citizens, where the citizens working in these countries, working in these countries are granted what we call the double taxation relief, where citizens working in these countries are basically granted relief. So they say, basically say, even when you say more countries, so more countries could have Kenya, we could have Kenya and maybe China, we can have Uganda and Kenya, but they're coming in agreement together, where those personnel from the country working in both countries are basically granted what they call the double taxation relief. On the unilateral, what you say that if we are talking about unilateral, we grant this relief to personnel, basically Kenyans working abroad, but you don't consider whether those other countries are providing relief to their people together. So we go to the methods of determining double taxation relief. So we go to the methods, we call it methods of what we call of determining what we call the double taxation relief. So methods of determining what we call the double taxation relief. What are the methods that we basically have to determine what we call the double taxation relief? So there are basically two methods. We have the exemptions method, and then we have what we call the credit method. So we have number one, we call it exemption. We call it the exemption method. And number two, we call it the credit. We call it the credit method. So we have what we call the exemption method, and then we have what we call the credit method. So we have what we call the exemption method, and we basically have what we call the exemption method. We have what we call the credit method, and then we have what we call the exemption method. I want to start with the exemption method. To exempt, what does it mean to exempt? To exempt, what is exemption? When you say to exempt, not charge tax, perfect, Mary. So we have the first method, and we're calling it exemption. We are calling it the exemption method. We are basically calling it the exemption method. So the first method, we call it the exemption method. So we're saying in this, we say income. In this, we basically say that the income, and this the income, in this the income, say and abroad, and we say affected and affected by what is called by the double taxation, and affected by what is called the double taxation, we say is not subjected to what we call tax. So basically, we're saying that the income that is earned abroad and affected by what we call the double taxation, the country will not basically now subjected to tax in the home country, to tax in what we call the home country. Will not subjected to tax in the home country, as long as, we say, as long as the tax was paid in what call in the source, as long as the tax was paid in the source country, as long as the tax was paid in the source country, as long as the tax was paid. So say the country, source country is country where the income we say was generated. So source country is the country where the income was basically generated. The source country is basically the country where the income was generated, where the income was basically generated together, where the income was generated. All of us are together. I want to pose a question. If you're together. Perfect, if you're there. So the question is altogether. I believe there's much closure in terms of now you understand what happens altogether. What happens if you have maybe family members abroad altogether? When you have family members abroad, are we together? When you have what you call a family members abroad, are we together? I'm moving. When you have what you call family members abroad, are we together? And the questions pertaining to what you call tax, how do you go about it together? In cases where there have been, how would you go about it practically? In case, for example, we have what you call an exemption clause altogether, but they have a PIN. What are you going to do? When you look at two countries, you have what you call an exemption clause. What are you going to do in scenarios where we have what you call an exemption clause? But they still have a PIN. So that PIN, what are you going to file on that PIN? On that PIN, there's not an income that was generated in Kenya. The whole of their income was basically generated abroad, but we have in scenarios where we have exemption clause. With that PIN, what are you supposed to do with that PIN in terms of now filing taxes? So what are you going to do to that PIN? That is the question. What are you going to do to that PIN? We'll respond with a yes. What are you basically going to do with that PIN? Kindly, what are we going to do with that PIN? So basically, it's say exemptions altogether. Exemption is basically exemption. You ask for a refund. You ask for a refund. Why should you be refunded? And we have what we call exemption clause. I want to expound on the exemption clause. We are basically saying that as long as you are paid, you are a citizen. Yes. Yes, perfect. With supporting exemption certificates altogether, with supporting exemption certificates altogether. In that case, what are you going to file? What are you going to file? I know practically there are a few areas of application and a number of things. Practically, not many people make this disclosure. Is that true? Practically, not many people make this disclosure. Is it true? When it gets to this area, how do you find, for example, for those brothers who are not here? Yes, they definitely file nil altogether. But again, you need to provide maybe along the way, you need to provide those supporting documents altogether, especially when we have what we call exemptions altogether. Those supporting documents implying that there is what you call exemptions between those two countries. Then you have what you call the credit method. The credit method, we have what you call the credit method. So on the credit method, this is where a majority of the questions basically come. When you have the credit method, this is where a majority of the question comes. So we say in this case, we say that the tax paid, basically in this case, the tax paid in that other country, the tax that is basically paid in that other country. So what we call the source country, stroke the source country, on income, subjected, on income, we understand subjected to double taxation, on income that is basically subjected to double taxation, on income that we understand is subjected to double taxation, is granted, we say is granted as relief in relation to tax payable, on relation to tax payable in what call in the home country. We say on income subject to what we call double taxation, taxation. So I just want to remind us on something. We say conditions that have to be met. What did I say about condition 2? Conditions that must be met in order to be granted what we call the double taxation. In order to be granted what's called double taxation. I think it was condition 2. That was condition 2. What did I say on that condition 2? That the tax that you're basically paying abroad should be less than the tax that you're paying in the home country, 𝐻𝐿𝐶. So that tax that you're paying in the source country, you are basically granted. It is always what called the lower. It is always what's called the law. Together, team. That's why you say that the tax that you basically paid abroad will be granted as what's called relief. It will be granted as a tax credit. We respond with a yes if you're together. Will be granted as a relief. Basically, with our condition number 2. Basically, condition number 2. We respond with a yes if it's here. Subject to condition 2. Perfect. So I want to ask to determination. Now then we get to question, determination. Determination. We call it determination. Determination of tax. Determination. What we call determination of what we call tax of double tax. What we call the double tax relief. Determination of what we call the double tax relief in Kenya. Determination of what we call the double tax relief in Kenya. And what we call determination of what we call actual tax, of what we call actual tax payable, and what we call the actual tax payable by what we call persons, we say affected by persons that we say are affected by what we call by double taxation. By double taxation. By double taxation. We understand those persons that are affected. Are we together? Do we understand on those persons that are basically affected by what we call the double taxation? Persons that we say are affected by what we call the double taxation. We know the persons that are affected by the double taxation together. Is there a question on those who are affected by double taxation? Or that was exhausted perfectly well? Was that exhausted perfectly well? On persons that we understand are affected by what's called the double taxation. Perfect. So how do we determine, based now on the credit method, double taxation relief and the actual tax payable on the persons that are affected by what we call the double taxation relief? Number one, the double taxation relief is comparison now together. The tax that was basically paid on the source country, that is basically income that was earned abroad. Then you put that income in terms of the Kenyan system and you get the tax that is payable. Are we together? You get the tax that is payable. Remember, under the intermediate, we basically say that for resident, their employment or for business that are partly operated in Kenya and partly operated outside Kenya, we say that both incomes are basically taxed in Kenya. And the big question is that, is this now double taxation? And how do we sort those issues? Does this basically provide solution to those issues that we talked about on intermediate? Does it provide solution? If you remember, for those that I taught on the intermediate, does this provide solutions to those? Does that provide solution to that? Because the question is, if you say that you'll be taxed here and taxed that on the other side, what if you're taxed on the other side? How do we go about it? Are we together? But first, on that determination of the of double taxation relief, we understand that the double taxation relief is basically the tax that was paid on the source country. That is the tax that is paid in abroad, particularly. Which in our case, we understand that if you subject that income that was earned abroad in terms of taxation in Kenya, the tax that is paid in Kenya should be higher. Are we together? Because the tax that was paid outside the country should be lower on the condition. Then how now do we determine the tax payable for these persons that are affected by the double taxation relief? So we understand that the double taxation relief, once we get it, we compare the tax that was basically paid abroad and the tax that was paid in Kenya. And we understand that the tax that is basically paid abroad is lower. We are going to use that tax that was paid abroad as what we call the tax credits. Together, team, we are going to use it as the tax credit. You give me a yes if we are together. You give me a yes if we are together. You give me a yes if we are together. And we basically said on these classes that the most important thing is to understand the concept. It's not a question. The most important thing is the concept behind what you're about to do. Are we together? So once we get the concept is the most important thing that we need to focus on. Once we get the concept right, we don't have to be perfect. We can go step by step. You can miss one step altogether. Prayer break. Can we take it now, or we give Aziz, you can allow us to finish this? Or class, are we in agreement that we take a break? Are we in agreement that all of us will take a break? Can we? So Aziz, you okay? You'll get us back. We also don't want to leave Aziz. So what we do, we grant the break to, with respect, it's time for prayer, and then we come back. So we give our 10 minutes. When you come by 7:01, yes, it's okay. Ouko, you're making the class lively. It's okay. So we can take our break so that we also respect it's time for prayer. The double tax relief is basically the lower One is tax payable. We call it tax payable. We say in Kenya, tax payable in Kenya. On income, we say subject. On incomes that we basically say subject to double, subject to what we call double taxation. On incomes that we understand are basically subject to what we call the double taxation. On incomes that we say are subject to double taxation. So you compare with the tax on what we call on the source country, tax on basically what we call the source country. We say on income, we say subject to what we call double taxation. On income that we understand are subject to what we call double taxation together. So which on the condition, we basically know that the relief will be the tax that is from the source. So we say the steps in determining, we say in determining what we call the double taxation, steps in determining what we call the double taxation relief, and what we say and what we call the actual tax payable. So the steps that we use to determine the double taxation relief and actual tax payable by the taxpayer. And the actual tax, we say payable by the taxpayer. And the actual tax that we understand is payable. So I want us to be very keen on those steps. I want us to be very keen on these steps. I want us to be very keen on these steps. I want us to be very keen on these steps. So look at those steps. I want us to try and finish those steps by, in the next 10 minutes, we finish those steps. So the first step, number one step, we say that determine the taxable employment. Determine what we call the taxable employment. Income, we say earned in Kenya. That is number one, determine what we call the taxable employment income earned in Kenya. So number two, we say determine what we call total tax payable, on income and in Kenya. So when you say the total tax payable, what do you basically mean? When you say the total tax payable, what do you basically mean? That is employment plus investment income. That is what we call the employment plus what we call the investment income. So we have the employment plus what we call the investment income, employment plus what we call the investment income. Together, team, employment plus the investment income. So then with determination of tax payable, number three, we call it determination of what we call tax payable, the income of tax payable of income, we say earned in Kenya, and what we call the outside Kenya. So determination of tax payable of income. This one was basically in Kenya. But point 3, we also include what we call the income earned outside Kenya. Together, team. Income that is earned outside Kenya. We respond with a yes if you're together. So income that is earned in Kenya plus income that is basically earned outside Kenya. Together. Income that we know is earned in Kenya and income that is earned outside Kenya. All of us tuko pamoja. So number 1 was employment income. Number 2, you include employment plus investment. Then number 3, we also include now the income that is earned outside Kenya. Together, Robert, Norbert, and Gilbert Metich. Together, if you're together, we respond with a yes. So we have this was taxable income, so taxable income. This was determination of taxable income earned in Kenya and income earned in Kenya and outside Kenya. Number 2, determination of tax payable on income earned in Kenya and outside Kenya. Then number 4, we say that determination of total tax. We say determination of what we call of total tax on what we call on total income, total tax on what we call total income, and in Kenya, and in Kenya, and in Kenya. So this is the taxable income, but now you determine the tax altogether. This is the taxable income. Remember, this is taxable. That's why I changed taxable income. After taxable income, you determine what you call the total tax on income earned in Kenya, and what you call outside Kenya, on income earned in Kenya, and that is earned outside Kenya. So say that is determination of total tax on total income. Determination of what we call total tax. We'll say on total tax on what we call on total income. So after determining what we call the taxable income, that is both in Kenya and outside Kenya, so you determine the tax that is payable on the total income. Then 5, determination. We get determination. We say determination of tax income, and in Kenya. Determination of what we call the tax income and in Kenya. So I want to ask a question. The difference between this and this, what does it give us? The difference between number 4 and 5, what does it give us? The difference between 4 and 5, what does it give us? What does it give us? So 4, we basically say that is the tax payable for income that is basically paid for income earned in Kenya. Yes, it's the tax on income abroad altogether, or the relief altogether. So that is the tax that is charged on abroad, which is the relief. That is the tax that is charged abroad, or what you call the relief altogether. So that determination. Then 6, we say this. We say it determination. We say determination of tax. We say on income. Determination of what we call tax on income. And outside Kenya. Are we together? Outside Kenya. The determination of tax on income outside Kenya. So tax on income we say and outside Kenya, tax on the income earned outside Kenya is basically equals to what they call tax on what they call total income, tax on what they call total income, and we say in Kenya, and in Kenya, and what's called outside Kenya. So tax on income earned in Kenya and outside Kenya, minus what's called tax on income, we say earned in Kenya. And that is basically difference, we understand difference between 4 and 5. So that is the difference between 4 and 5 together. So the difference between 4 and 5 gives us the tax on income earned outside Kenya, which is the relief. So that is the difference between 0.4 and 5 together. And that is what we basically call the relief. Chengo tuko pamoja, Lenovo. If you're together, you give me yes. If we are together, you give me yes. Kindly. I hope we are together. Perfect, Chengo. We are about to be done. Then we pick a question. Thank you, Lenovo. Then 7, we say that we call it determination. Determination of what we call of double taxation. We call it relief. The determination of what we call the double taxation relief. Determination of the double taxation relief. Determination of the double taxation relief, which is taken, which we say is taken, we say as the lower, which is taken as the lower of. So you compare two things, which is basically taken as the lower of. Tax paid on source country, tax paid on what you call on the source country, on income. On income, we understand that subjected to double taxation. So say tax on income on the source country, tax paid on source country, on the income subjected to double taxation, on the income subjected to double taxation. Then B or 2, we call it tax payable. What do you call the tax payable? In Kenya, tax payable in Kenya on income. On income, we understand subjected to what you call double taxation. And we always understand that it should be the law because on the condition, if you compare the tax that is paid on the source country and the one that is paid in Kenya, this one is always the law, and that is what you call the relief altogether. Then say 8, that is 8, we call it determination of actual tax. We call it actual tax payable. Determination of what we call the actual tax payable. Determination of what we call the actual tax payable. Determination. We call it determination of what we call the actual tax payable, or the actual tax payable. Actual tax payable in Kenya. Determination of the actual tax payable in Kenya is, we say determined as follows. is basically determined as follows. So say actual tax payable in Kenya. So the actual tax payable in Kenya is usually equals to, that is the tax on what you call on total income, the tax on total income. Total income is from abroad and Kenya. That is from abroad in Kenya. That is basically from abroad and Kenya, minus what you call the tax credits, minus what you call the tax credits, minus the tax credits, minus the tax credit. And I open the bracket just to get those tax credits as I open the bracket. One of the tax credits is pay as you earn. We have insurance relief. We have personal relief, and what's called double taxation relief, and what's called the double taxation relief. So again, that tax, if you compare the tax that is paid on income from abroad, the tax that is paid in Kenya, and the tax that is paid from the source country, we say the law, which is basically the tax that is paid from the source country, we need to less it. So that we introduce another tax credit, which is called the double taxation relief. Is that understood as we pick on a question? I want us to pick on a question. Is there any question before I get to, before we start on actual testing on that? Is that understood? Tumeelewana. Tuko sawa. Are we together? Perfect. Chengo tuko sawa. VMM tuko sawa. Tax credit. No, I'm saying, Aziz, why do you say pay is not a tax credit or a setup? Why do you say it's not a tax credit? Why do you say it's not? Why do you say the tax pay is not a tax credit? Yes, on individual. Say on individual. Are we together? So we basically, when you say on individual, we understand that as a tax credit. Most of these questions basically touch on individual. As is most questions, particularly on taxation across the borders, most questions are formulated for individual. That's why we include it there. Is that noted as is? So I want us to pick the question. I think the question that was the last time that was in December. Check December question 5. Is Ambucha in class today? The last time the latest was set in December 2024. Check for me December 2024, question 5. December 2024, question 5. Check December 2024, question 5. Companies who can have installment tax. OCO, installment tax. Installment tax. OCO, companies, installment tax. They basically have the installment tax. Perfect. So I've said December 2024. If you look at the latest question, I normally start with those questions. Latest question. Do you have that question in question 5C? Nemeshukuru, thank you so much. So all of us, let's get that question 5. All of us, let's get that question 5. All of us, we get that question 5. Question 5, we say C. is question 5C. So we call it DEC 2024, question 5C. Kama tuko hapo tubonyeze yes. If we are there, then we respond with a yes. If we are there, then we respond with a yes. Allow me to open that question. Just a minute. So we're being told, we are being told, Tamala Nyambura is a resident of Kenya, and you're being told that during the year ended at 1st December 2023, she received the following income. She received what we call the following income. So number one is from employment in Kenya. The figure was 720. Then we have from employment in Zambia. The figure was shillings. The figure was shillings. The figure was shillings. We have it as shillings 540. When you say net of 78 paid as tax, net of 78 that was basically paid as tax. So net, what does it mean when you say net? When you say net, what does it basically mean? When you say net, what does it mean? You add to get the gross profit as is. Assume that Kenya, you're told that assume that Kenya has what you call, assume that Kenya has double taxation agreement with Zambia. And then we say that the income from Zambia has already been converted into Kenya shillings. So the figure that we're given is already converted. Some questions are we taking up? Some questions there's no conversion. But for this particular question, the income is already converted. And this question is very small, very, very small. However, it's a good one to kickstart. Is that okay, Aziz? It's a small question, but it's a very good one to kickstart. So then you're being told required, compute what's called the double taxation relief due to Tamala, the double taxation relief due to Tamala, and the net tax payable, if any, and the net tax payable, if any, for the year ended at 1st December 2023, and the net tax payable, if any, for the year ended December 2023. We can use our procedure. We can use our procedure. Are we together? We can use, so we can have it Tamala Nyambura, Tamala, we call it Nyambura. Taxable income, we call it the taxable income. We say for 2023. Tuko hapa. taxable income for 2023. For the income that is basically earned in Kenya, we only have employment income. Do you have investment income? Do we have investment income? Or do we have investment income? There's none. I will check it out. So this was a much easier question. So taxable income in Kenya. So we have employment income, what we call employment income. We have it in Kenya. So what is the employment income in Kenya? Give me the figure for the employment income in Kenya. Give me the figure for the employment income. For the sake of entries, what is the employment income in Kenya? The figure is 720. The figure is 720, but you don't have investment income. So then the next is employment income. Employment income. Employment income, we say in Zambia. Employment income in Zambia. So do we give the net figure or the gross figure? Do we give the net figure or the gross figure? The gross, what is the gross? You add back the net. Add back the net to get the gross. So the gross figure should be 540 plus 78,000. So what is the gross figure? Give me the gross figure. So the gross figure is 6. Somebody gives me a 618. Do you have 618? 618. Then I want us to get the total taxable income. Total taxable income. Total taxable income. Total taxable income. So that should be 1338. 1338 together. So then you get the tax payable on the total income, tax payable. I want to use that format, tax payable. I want us to get the tax payable. I want us to get the tax payable. Tuko pamoja on the tax payable. On the tax payable. Tuko pamoja on the tax payable. We respond with a yes. So I want us to picture the tax table for us to get the tax payable on the total income, the tax payable basically on the total income, the tax payable. Do we look at, where do we look at? Do we look at monthly or annually for individual? Do we check the monthly or annually? Where do we check? Do we check monthly or annually? Tunaangalia monthly or annually? Which one would you use? Mary. Remember, these incomes are for the whole year, so we use annually. So on that tax table, angalia malipa annually. So we told that the first 288 we tax at 10%. So what is 10% of 288? What is 10% of 288? What is 10% of 288? So the 10% of 288, that should be 28,800. We respond with the yes if you're there. 28,800. Tuko pamoja. Perfect. Then the next we're being told that between 288 and 388 is 25%. So that should be 100,000 times a figure of 25%. Times a figure of 25%. What do you have? 100,000 times a figure of what we call 25%. 100,000 times a figure of 25%. What do we have? So that should be 25K. And I hope everybody's following. Are we together? I hope everybody's basically following. So then we're being told that once we have that, so basically being told that between 388,000 to 6 million, that should be taxed at 30%. Do we surpass the threshold of 6 million? Are we surpassing based on total income? Are we surpassing the threshold of 6 million, particularly on our taxable income? Do we surpass that? So we don't pass that. So we just use our taxable income. That should be 1338 minus 388. So the difference, then we multiply by 30%. So what is that difference we multiply by 30%? That difference we multiply by 30%. So when you have that, what do we get? We get what's called the gross tax. So the gross tax. The gross tax. So we get what's called the gross tax. The gross tax. So you get what's called the gross tax. So give me the gross tax. You get me the gross tax. Give me the gross tax. The gross tax. Tuko pamoja. Tuko pamoja. So we can decide to less personal relief or we hold on personal relief. Do you want us to less the personal relief? Do you want us to less the personal relief? So we can less the personal relief. Less what we call the personal relief. So when you less the personal relief, you understand is 28,800. So this is what we call the net tax payable on total income. Net tax payable on total income. What is the net tax payable on total income? What is the net tax payable on total income? When you less the relief, personal relief for that year, what is the net tax payable on total income? That should be 310. 310, is this? This was 800. Was this? This should be 800 because it's 8. Is 310 the answer? Tafadhali. 310 is 310 the answer? We just confirm. If 310 is the answer, you give me a yes. Give me a yes if 310 is basically the answer. Tafadhali munipatie yes if 310 is the answer. Miriam, Lenovo, perfect, Robert. So then tax on income. This is total income abroad and in Zambia. So we get the tax on income and in Kenya. Tax on the income that basically is earned in Kenya. How much is earned in Kenya? So the income that is basically earned in Kenya is 720. Are we in agreement? Out of the two, the income that is basically earned in Kenya is 720. Are we in agreement? So we get the tax basically on the income that we say is earned in Kenya. Together, team, the tax on basically income that is earned in Kenya. Again, this is annual. So we say that the first 288,000 we multiply by 10%. So what is the 10% of that? Give me the 10%. So 10% of that should be, we have it as 28,800 Then you're being told that between 288 to 388, we have 100,000. That 100,000 should be at the rate of 25%. So 125%, we have a figure of 25,000. We have a figure of 25,000. Then you're saying that excess of 288 to 6 million, we tax at 30%. Is this income in Kenya surpassing a threshold of 6 million? Does 720 surpasses the threshold of 6 million? No. So just say that taxable income is 720. So we have 720. We say minus 388 minus a figure of 388 times 30%. So what do you get? What do we get? What do you get? Give me that. What do we get? What do we get? So maybe gets me 99, 600. So what is the gross tax? Gross tax. Gross tax, so what is the figure for the gross tax? Gross tax. So we have it as 153,400. Then you less what you call less personal relief. So what is the personal relief? That should be 28,800. So what is the net tax payable on income? That is basically net tax payable. Net tax payable. What is the net tax payable on basically income that is earned in Kenya? So we have 124,600. Somebody says 124,600 together. We respond to the yes, kama tuko pamoja. Tax on tuko pamoja. So what is the next step? The next step is basically tax on income and abroad. So remember tax on income that is and abroad based on Kenyan rate. So that should be the difference between, what should be the difference? Tax on income that is basically and abroad. So tax on the income that is basically and abroad. Tax on the income that is basically and abroad based on Kenyan rate. Is the difference between, what is the difference, Miriam? That should be the difference between, total minus in Kenya. So that should be 310 minus 124. So what is the tax on income that is earned abroad? So provide, if you get the difference, so the difference is 185,400. So we determine what's called double taxation relief. Double taxation relief. So we compare, that is 185,400. How much was the tax abroad? How much was the tax abroad? It is given. How much was the tax abroad? How much was the tax abroad? So which one do we choose? Somebody, Chengo. Out of these two, which one do we choose? Which one do we choose? We choose the lower, which we understand is 78 together. But basically on conditions that we basically set for double taxation, we basically understood that the tax that is charged abroad is normally less than the tax that is charged in the country. How it get on? In most cases, based on condition, this one on abroad should be lower than the one in the country. Then that is not over at that point. So then we're being told, lastly, we are being told, is it here? Lastly, we are being told. So we get what's called the double taxation relief due to Tamala and net tax payable, if any. So we can get the net tax payable. So we can get the net tax payable. So the net tax payable, that should be, we have it here, tuko pamoja. So we have it as 310 minus less what's called the double taxation relief. So which we know that 185,400 you compare with 78 and the lower. So the lower is 78. Why am I not using the net? Why am I not using personal relief? Net tax payable. Why am I not using relief? Mbona sijatumia relief as this? Mbona sijatumia relief? Why have I not used relief? Why I'm saying as is, why do I not use relief? Because it's already as a tax credit, it's already factored. So what is the net tax payable? Some people will use this and less with this. 338,800 minus 153,400. Is it the same figure? 338,800 minus 153. Are we getting 124? Let's say, for example, you've not factored the relief, and you say 153,400 minus 338,800. Are you getting the same thing? Are you getting the same thing? I'm saying, let's say, for example, you've not factored the relief. If you want the relief to be one of the tax credit year, if you left this minus this, are we having the same thing? Because in some scenarios, some students will forget to factor this relief so that he uses the relief year. So do we get the same thing? I'm asking a question, class. Yes, we still have the same thing. But you'll only remember, you'll still remember that. What are you going to remember? You're going to remember in that scenario, now you're going to factor the relief here. Now you're going to factor the relief there. So what is the net tax payable when you less those two? What is the net tax payable? I want the net tax payable. So we have 232. And that's it. Tumemaliza hiyo swali. And that's it. Tumemaliza hiyo swali. And that's it. Na tumemaliza hiyo swali. Tumemaliza swali. Tumemaliza hiyo swali.
Question 1B. Question 1B. Are you there? Zephyr. Sadrach, are you there? Aaron, are you there? Reese, are you there? Is Elizabeth Betty here? Reese, are you here? Emma, you are there? Yes, so I want us to continue from where we reached in our previous class, and I think we started on this topic of earnings per share, or basically EPS, and we were able to discuss a number of issues as far as this topic is concerned. First of all, we started by defining what is earnings per share, and basically we said this is the amount of profit, or basically the amount of earnings which is attributable to each equity or ordinary share which has been issued by the company. That amount of profit which is attributable to one ordinary share, basically you refer to that as what? As EPS. Now, what we said is that all the listed companies, and actually we say listed companies are those companies whose shares are trading in the securities exchange market, they're required by the International Accounting Standard number 33, basically to compute and also disclose two types of earnings per share, the basic earnings per share and the diluted earnings per share. So therefore, these are the two types of earnings per share. These are the two types of earnings per share which the listed companies are required to compute and disclose basic earnings per share and the diluted earnings per share. And we also talked about the use of this particular earnings per share, or how this earnings per share is used by various users. Number one, we said it can be used in terms of evaluating the profitability of the company. Number two, we said it can be used in terms of comparing the performance of the company in different years. Earnings per share, we said, can also be used to compare performance of different entities within the same industry. And finally, we say that this earnings per share can also be used as a basis of computing something called the price earning ratio. We talked about those particular uses or those importances of this earnings per share. Then from there, we started by looking on how we compute this one. That is the first type of earnings per share, and that is the basic earnings per share. The basic earnings per share, and actually this one we said is abbreviated as BEPS. BEPS. So BEPS, or the basic earnings per share, we said is an earnings per share which is computed by the listed companies using the profit for the current year, and also using the number of ordinary shares issued and fully paid at the end of the year. So how do we compute this basic earnings per share? Basic earnings per share, we said, is computed by taking the PATOS. We divide that with something called the one-offs. We divide that with something called the one-offs. So basically, we said PATOS, this is the short form for profit, which is also known as earnings, which is basically attributable to the ordinary shareholders. So the profit attributable to ordinary shareholders, and basically we divide that with the one-offs. One-offs is the short form for weighted average number of ordinary shares. Weighted average number of ordinary shares. So basically that's how we compute the basic earnings per share. So in our case, we started by looking on how we compute the first item within our equation here, within our formula, not equation, within our formula. So we started by looking on how we compute the PATOS, which is the profit attributable to ordinary shareholders. And actually we say this computed by taking the profit after tax, PAT, or the net income, or the profit for the year. The profit for the year. The examiner, we said, can use any of those words, but basically all these means one and the same thing. So we take that, and basically to this we said we left two items. We left the preference dividends. The preference dividends for the current year only. For current year only. For current year only. only. And remember, there is something I mentioned in relation to this. We say that you may come across some questions whereby you are told the preference shares issued by the company are basically what? Are redeemable. So we said, in case you come across such a question, you're told the preference shares issued are redeemable. We said we don't place their dividend here, simply because redeemable preference shares, number one, is part of the non-current liabilities. Number two, their dividends are classified as part of the finance cost. Remember, in arriving at this profit, we all expenses, including the finance cost, have already been deducted. So therefore, if the preference shares issued by the company are redeemable, don't less their dividends here, because they have already been deducted in arriving at that profit as part of the finance cost. So to this, we also said that we less the profit attributable to the non-controlling interest. So basically, this is a price whereby we are computing the earnings per share for a group of companies. And then to this, then we said we add any loss from the discontinued operations. Any loss from the discontinued operations basically should be added there. And whatever you get here, we refer to that as what? We refer to that as PATOS. Remember, that's something we were able to discuss in length in our previous class. We were able to discuss in length in our previous class on how we compute what? How we compute the PATOS. Equally, give more explanation on what we mean by discontinued operations and so on. So in today's session, I want us to look on how we compute this, and then also we do a question from a past paper. So weighted average number of ordinary shares, that is the one-off. So how do we compute this one? How do we compute the weighted average number of ordinary shares? So this one is computed basically by taking the number of ordinary shares which had been issued and free paid at the start of the year. In other terms, we refer to those shares as the ordinary shares which were outstanding at the start. These are shares issued and free paid at the start, and then we add the other shares which were issued by the company during the current year. So this is computed by doing what? By adding Okay, maybe you can just put it like this is computed as follows. This is computed as what? As the follows. So here we start with basically balance brought down. And basically balance brought down, we are saying that these are the number of the ordinary shares which were outstanding. The number of ordinary shares which were outstanding. I've said the number of ordinary shares which were outstanding at the start. These are the ordinary shares which were issued and prepaid at the start of the year. The number of ordinary shares issued and prepaid at the start of what? Of the year. And then to this code we add the shares which were issued in course of the year. The shares which were issued in course of what? The year. The shares issued. The shares issued in course of the year. Now, the shares which are issued by the company during the current financial year, those shares basically are or can be broadly classified into two main categories. Number one, we have issue at a full market price. And number two, we have the issue at nil consideration. We have the issue at nil what? Consideration. So what do you mean by the issue at full market price? Now, these are those particular shares which were issued by the company during the current year at a price which is equivalent to the market price per share. At a price equivalent to the market price per what? Per share. So these shares were issued during the current year at a price equivalent to the market price. Now, issue at nil consideration, nil with no is zero. So these are those shares which are issued free of charge. And a good example of this is a bonus issue. A bonus what? Issue. A bonus issue, basically, we know that these are those particular shares which are issued free of charge. Free of what? Of charge. Now, is there any difference in terms of how we deal or we do what? We treat the shares issued at full market price and the shares issued at full market at nil consideration. Is there any difference? Yes. So there is a difference. Maybe I can just put that here as a note. Number one, those particular shares which are issued at nil consideration. Nil consideration, I've said, are shares which are issued free of charge. Free of charge. A good example is a bonus issue. The shares are issued to the existing shareholders of the company free of charge. Now, these particular shares, these shares are not weighted on time basis. Are not weighted on time basis. I'll be able to explain what you mean by that. They are not supposed to be weighted on time basis. I will explain what you mean by that further. But now these shares which are issued at full market price, these one are supposed to be weighted on time basis. Weighted on time what? On time basis. They are weighted on time basis. Let me explain what you mean by weighing the shares on time basis. Let's assume that the financial year of a company runs from 1st January up to 31st of December. That's when the year starts and when it ends. And maybe you're told that on 1st of July here, which is basically 6 months to the end of the year, our company issued like 2 million ordinary shares, and these shares were issued at full market price. We are saying the shares which are issued at full market price, they must be weighted on time basis. So meaning that when talk about the shares being weighted on time basis, it means that these shares should be multiplied with the proportion of time they were held during that year. For the purpose of computing the one-offs, those shares should be multiplied with the proportion of time they were held during that year. For example, because these shares were issued at full market price, when adding them here, do we add them as 2 million? No. We take 2 million, and then we multiply those shares with the proportion of time they were held. So these shares, we know they were held for 6 months out of 12. So in that case, we have weighted those shares on time basis. We have multiplied those particular shares with the proportion of time they were held during that year. We have done what? We have multiplied those particular shares with the proportion of time they were held during that what? Year. They were held during that year. So all shares which are issued at full market price, that's what you need to know. They are supposed to be multiplied with the proportion of time they were held. But those shares which are issued at nil consideration, they are not supposed to be multiplied with the proportion of time. If, for example, these 2 million shares here were bonus shares, bonus shares were bonus shares. So when adding them to the shares issued and fully paid at the start, we add them as 2 million. We add them as 2 what million. We don't have to multiply them with the proportion of time they were held during that year. They were held during that what that year. So that basically the first thing you need to know as far as the computation of an loss is concerned. And remember here, what you have said is that the shares which are issued by the company during the current year, they are generally classified into 2 categories: issue at full market price, issue at nil consideration. But now I want us to look on how specifically we treat the different types of issues which may be made during the current year. So during the current year, the company can make different types of issues. Number one, we have the issue at full market price. I think I've already experienced that. We also have something called the bonus issue. The bonus issue. Number 3, we have something called a right issue. A right issue. Number 4, we have issue of partly paid shares. Partly paid shares. Partly paid shares. Number 5, we have issue of shares in payment of purchase consideration. In payment of purchase consideration. Purchase consideration. And number 6, we have what? We have something called the share split. The share split. The share split. Number 7, we have shares issued. Shares issued in exercise. In exercise of a stock option. In exercise of the stock what? Option. In exercise of stock option. So I think these are the different types of shares which may be issued by the company during the current what year. Now, I think I'll be able to briefly explain some of them which I've not explained here. Like, I think I've already dealt with this one. So basically, we have said that these are the shares which are issued at a price equivalent to their market price. And basically, we have said for the purpose of computing the weighted average number of shares or notes, these shares are supposed to be they're supposed to be weighted on time what? On time basis. Anytime you're told the company issued shares at full market price, you just need to do what? To weight them on time basis. They're supposed to be weighted on time basis. In other terms, we have said this means that they should be multiplied with the proportion of time they were held during that year. Multiply them with the proportion of time they were held during that year. During that what? Year. And that will also apply to these shares here. This will also apply to these shares here. And there is something I'm almost forgetting here. We have shares issued. Shares issued in exercise. Okay, that is on conversion. On conversion of convertible securities. On conversion of convertible what? Securities. So basically, these shares, we have said they should just be weighted on time basis. Then the same case applies to this. That is the issue of shares in payment of purchase consideration. You see, shares basically can be used by the company to make a payment. To make a payment. This is something you know from the topic of group account. What you did in FR, financial reporting. So you know that once the parent company has acquired the majority of the shares in the subsidiary, the parent company may pay for the shares acquired in cash, or the parent company can issue its own shares as a form of payment. So shares can be used by the company as a form of payment, can be used by the company as a form of what? As a form of payment. So therefore, once we have shares which have been issued by the company to pay a purchase consideration, how do we treat those particular shares when computing the one-offs? So the shares which are issued by the company to pay a purchase consideration, equally these particular shares are supposed to be weighted on time what? They are weighted on time basis. These ones are also weighted on time what? On time basis. They are also weighted on time basis. Usually the company can issue shares to pay a purchase consideration in a business combination. Business combination is where one company is acquiring another, like the parent company acquiring a subsidiary, or a company can purchase an asset. There is a topic you're going to discuss known as a share-based payment. We can see that, we will be able to see that once a company acquires an asset, the company can pay for that asset by issuing its own shares. So those shares which are issued to pay a purchase consideration, basically those shares are supposed to be weighted on time what? Basis. They are supposed to be weighted on time what? Basis. I'll not be able to discuss that in details And then we also have here the shares which are issued on conversion of convertible securities. First of all, what are convertible securities? Convertible securities basically are those securities which are issued by the company but which are convertible in nature, which can be converted into ordinary shares. And this is something we came across in the topic of financial instruments. Actually, these convertible securities issued by the company, in the topic of financial instruments, we refer to them as compound financial instruments, convertible debentures, convertible bonds. Now, those are convertible securities. So the reason why we refer to them as convertible securities is because they can be converted into ordinary shares. The holders do have an option to convert them into ordinary shares. So once they have exercised that conversion right, and they have converted them into ordinary shares, those ordinary shares which will be issued to them on conversion, equally those shares are also supposed to be weighted on time basis. Those shares which will be issued by the company on conversion of convertible securities, they are also supposed to be weighted on time basis. They're also supposed to be weighted on time basis. I think now I can be able to proceed and explain how we treat these other types of issues. These other type of issues. There is something I've explained in relation to the bonus issue, but I need to add something else. Bonus issue. Bonus issue. Remember, you have said this is the issue of additional shares to the existing shareholders of the company free of charge. Free of charge. So here the company will issue additional shares to the existing shareholders free of charge. 2 points to note here. 2 points to note. One, these shares are not weighted on time basis. Are not weighted on time basis in computing the one-offs. So when computing the weighted average number of ordinary shares, those shares are not supposed to be weighted on time basis. So even if they are issued, for example, 2 months, 3 months to the end of the year, never multiply them with the proportion of time. Number two, in case you're given information about the previous financial year, for example, in this case, you were to compute the basic earnings per share for 2024, but also you are given information about 2023, information about what? 2023. So basically in this case, or let me put it like this. Assuming you're told during the current year, the company made a bonus issue. During the current year, that is the year 2024. Now we are saying those shares, we don't weight them on time basis. So in other terms, what that means is that we assume that those shares were outstanding from the start. The shares were held from the start. That's why we are not multiplying them with the proportion of time. We assume they were outstanding at the start. But anytime you're given 2 periods, like that case 2024, 2023, we don't assume that they were issued at the start of 2024. We assume they were issued at the start of 2023. Now that assumption has 2 implications. One, during the current year, don't weigh those shares on time basis. That is the first implication. Number two, because we assume they were issued at the start of the current year, it is obvious that when the earnings per share for this year was being computed, were those shares used? Were these bonus shares used? They were not used. And therefore, if the earnings per share for this year has already been computed, we have to adjust it. We have to adjust it simply because we are saying these shares which were issued free of charge, they were issued at the start of 2023. But we are saying when the earnings per share for this year was being computed, those shares were not used. So therefore, number two, we say that use those shares, use them to do what? To restate. To restate is basically to adjust EPS, and that is basic EPS of the previous period, or basically the previous year. How do we compute this restated? It can be known as the restated or adjusted earnings per share, basic earnings per share of this year. So to compute that one, we take the PATOS basically for this year, that is 2023. We can just refer to that as PATOS for P to stand for previous year. Are we together? P to stand for previous year. We divide that with the one-nos for previous year. And then out to these PATOS for previous year, we add the bonus shares, which were issued during the current year. Maybe you can just use C. The bonus shares for the current year. The bonus shares for the current year. So that is basically how we compute the adjusted earnings per share for the previous year. So we are saying we have to adjust it simply because these shares are assumed to have been issued at the start of 2023. So that is the 2 points you need to know as far as the bonus issue is concerned. Let me first of all skip this one. I'll be able to come back to that. So then let's talk about the shares issued or issue of partly paid shares. Issue of partly paid shares. Issue of partly paid shares. What do you mean by partly paid shares? Partly paid shares, basically, these are the shares which the company will issue during the current year. But when the financial year is coming to an end, those shares are not fully paid. Those shares are not fully paid. For example, our company issued some shares here, maybe 6 months to the end of the year. And the shares which were issued were 2 million. They were issued at a price of maybe 10 shillings. But when the year is coming to an end, we are told maybe the amount which is paid per share is 5 shillings. So it basically means that at the end of the year, the shares are partly paid. So if that is the case, then when computing one-offs, weighted average number of ordinary shares, use the fully paid shares. Use the fully paid what? Shares. Fully paid shares. Use the fully paid shares. We use the fully paid shares. We use those shares which are fully paid. And basically to compute these fully paid shares, compute the amount received. How much amount was received by the company from the shares issued? The amount received. The amount received, for example, in this case here, will be equal to the shares which were issued. This is 2 million times the amount which has been paid per share, which is 5. That will give us the amount received. And then divide that with the issue what? Issue price. You multiply that with the issue price. So that will give us the shares which are fully paid. The issue price is 10 bob. Yes. And then in this case, because the shares were issued at full market price, you have to remember our common rule, our golden rule. Shares which are issued at full market price, always, you must multiply them with the proportion of time they were held, or we weigh them. We multiply them with the proportion of time the shares were held. The shares were held. So I think that is basically the other, or basically what you need to know as far as these shares are concerned, the partly paid shares. We have already discussed about this one. Then I want us to discuss something to do with the share split. The share split. And share split, I know this is a concept you came across in company law. Share what? The share split. Now, what do you mean by the share split? Share split basically is whereby the company will subdivide one share into 2 or more shares. Usually a share split happens whereby the market price per share or the market price of the company share has significantly increased, maybe due to the good performance of the company and maybe high demand of the company shares. You may see a scenario whereby the company issued shares maybe at a price of 20 shillings, but after 1 year the shares are trading at 200,000. I think that happened with Equity Bank some time back. They had to do a share split. So if you issued shares at a price of 20 and maybe the market price significantly increases to something like 200, is always advisable you do a share split. A share split basically means that you may take one share, you split it into 10. So if one share had a market price of 200 and you have splitted that one share into 10 shares, it then means that the price per share will reduce to 20 shillings. We reduce to 20 what? Shillings. We reduce to 20 shillings. So basically what that means is that in case of a share split, if for example you held like one share and basically this one share has been split into 10 shares, automatically that means that you have been issued with 9 additional shares. Have you paid for these 9 additional shares, or will you be required to pay for these 9 additional shares? Automatically no. So therefore, the additional shares which are issued as a result of the share split, they are treated as an equivalent of the bonus issue. The additional shares. The additional shares issued as a result of split, issued as a result of a share split, as a result of a share split, are treated as an equivalent. Are treated as an equivalent of bonus shares. Are treated as an equivalent of bonus shares. Now, in that case, you have to remember what have we said regarding the bonus shares. The bonus shares, number one, we have said we don't weigh them on time basis when computing the earnings per share for the when computing the one-offs. And number two, we also use the bonus shares to restate. We also use the bonus shares to restate the EPS of the previous year. We also use the bonus shares to restate the EPS of the previous year. Those are basically the 2 points you need to remember as far as the bonus issue, the bonus shares are concerned. I think we are done with that. This one. Yes, let's discuss about that one, and then we finalize with the right issue. So we have the shares which are issued in exercise of stock option. In exercise of a stock option. So the first thing we need to ask ourselves here is, what is a stock option? A stock option, basically, these are privilege which is given to the employees of the company to be able to buy the company shares in future at a price which is below the market price. So an option, a privilege, which is given to the employees of the company to be able to buy the shares of the company in the future at a price below the market price. Or in other terms, the employees will be given a privilege to buy the shares of the company at a price below the market price once the employees have met certain conditions which are set by the company. For example, the criteria set by the company here may be something like the profit reported by the company. For example, if you are in charge of a certain department, you are a manager in charge of a certain, not department, rather branch, you can be told that if the profit of this branch exceeds this amount, the company will give you a privilege to buy its shares at a price significantly below the market price. Alternatively, once you secure a job with a certain company, that company can tell you that if you work with them for the next 3 years, for the next 5 years, you'll be having a right to buy the company shares at a price significantly below the market price. It is a privilege given to you, but you have to meet certain conditions. So once you exercise that stock option, it basically means that as an employee, you have bought the shares at a price below the market price. You'll buy the shares at a price below the market price. And anytime the company issues shares, at a price which is below the market price, then it is assumed that some of the shares here have been issued at full market price, whereas other shares have been issued free of charge. That is the assumption. And therefore, these shares which are issued by the company to the employees who have exercised the stock option, those shares are split into two components. We split them into two components. Number one, shares which are issued at full market price. And number two, we compute something called the bonus element. So the bonus element, basically, these are the shares which are deemed to be issued free of charge. Free of charge. How do we compute these shares which are issued at full market price? So in this case, we first of all determine how much amount was received by the company. When the employees bought the share, how much amount did they pay to the company? And then we divide that with the average market price per share during that year. The average MPS, the average market price per share, average market price per share. And automatically, because these shares are issued at full market price, remember our rule. All those shares which are issued at full market price, we have to weigh them on time basis. We have to multiply them with the proportion of time they were held. And then from there, we determine the bonus element. Bonus element are the shares issued for free, which are deemed to be issued free of charge. How do we compute this one? So to compute this, we take the total shares issued, which were issued, how many shares were issued to the employees, and then to this we less the issue at full market price. And basically the issue at full market price, this is basically what you have computed up here using this formula. Using that word, a formula. And then these shares, because they are bonus shares, we then treat them as an equivalent of a bonus issue. What does that mean? It basically means that during the current year in computation of one-offs, those shares should not be weighted on time basis. These ones are not weighted on time basis. They are not weighted on time basis. And equally, we also use them to restate, to adjust the earnings per share of the previous year. Just like what you have said, as far as the bonus issue is concerned. As far as the bonus issue is concerned, that's basically what you need to know as far as the stock option is concerned. The shares, because they're issued at price below the market price, we split them into two components. Issue at full market price, which has to be weighted on time basis. The bonus element, which should not be weighted on time basis. Now, the same concept applies to the right issue. The same concept applies to the right issue. But the first thing we need to ask ourselves here is, what is the right issue? A right issue is a concept you have covered in the other units, including FM, including FR. And basically, the right issue, we know that this is the issue of additional shares to the existing shareholders of the company at a discounted price to the market price. In other terms, it is the issue of additional shares to the existing shareholders of the company at a price below the market price. At a price below the market price, just like a stock option. Just like the shares issued in exercise of stock option. So here the shares will be issued. Shares are issued at a price below the market price per share. And therefore, the shares which are issued during the right issue, just like what you have said up here, these shares are split into two. One,